Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for Wednesday, March 26th, 2025. Ms. Dow, could you please take the roll?
Chair Chang,
Here.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman,
Here.
Commissioner G,
Here.
Commissioner Peterson,
Here.
Commissioner Suma, here, Commissioner Templeton, here. We have a quorum.
Okay, our first order of business is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Are there any speaker cards, Ms. Dow? Or raised hands online?
There is one from.
For clarification, the recognition of Commissioner Sumo is an item on the agenda. And so if you wish to speak on that, we can hold until that item.
Looks like we do have one from Zachary.
Yes. Hello. Thank you all for just a couple seconds here. I wanted to just mention that the Trans Bay Coalition I contribute to is looking for city councils and PTCs to voice their approval of transportation funding that's pending in the California State Legislature of $2 billion for as part of the budget approval. So this is just sort of an announcement for that.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else?
No, just the one.
Okay. How about agenda changes, additions, and deletions? Ms. Armour?
None today.
Okay. So then our next order of business is the special order of today, which is recognition of Doria Suma, Commissioner Doria Suma, for her years of service on the Planning and Transportation Commission. And so I would like to present Doria with this plaque, which says, in recognition and appreciation for outstanding public service as Planning and Transportation Commissioner from January 11th, 2017, all the way to today, March 26th, 2025. As well as serving as chair from February 2023 to May 2024. So here you are, Doria.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and my colleagues and staff. I think it's really unexpected. Thank you.
Yes, a special thank you to Ms. Dow for arranging for the plaque. Are there any public comments?
Yes, I have two in person and one on Zoom. First is from Jennifer.
Hi, good evening. So when I heard that Doria was going to be celebrated or honored tonight, I wanted to be here. I met Doria a decade ago when residents across Palo Alto encountered aircraft noise problems that are devastating for many. I later learned that it was Doria who knew somebody who reached out to connect to a Stanford aeronautics professor who has since been involved in cutting edge research on aircraft noise that could eventually really make a difference for Palo Alto. I was lucky to meet her and thank her then, but I'm here because I've seen her do this again and again with other issues affecting the city. She listens, irrespective of who you are, no matter how simple or complex the problem is. She's ready to engage. It's a gift to encounter leaders able to empower voices to help the city innovate, to be fair, and to make progress. When I hear Palo Alto's values, Doria is at the top. Congratulations and thank you for your service to the city. I hope we will see you on council one day because the kind of trust that you generate from so many would be tremendous for helping the city achieve its many goals. Thank you.
So I know we're celebrating tonight, but I'm just going to ask everybody to hold their applause because that's what we do here at the PTC. Who's our next speaker?
Next is from Hamilton Hitching.
I wanted to thank Doria for her 8 years of service on the Planning and Transportation Commission. I guess time really does fly. I really appreciate everything Doria has done. And her service, both as a commissioner and as vice chair and chair. I first met Doria when we were doing public comment at City Council. And I was like really impressed. It was like these two people, Jeff and Doria, who always had like this incredible amount of insight on every topic. And I was like, how do they do it? And then I served with Doria on the comprehensive plan, Citizen Advisory Commission, and we worked for 2 years on that. During that time, and also from the public comment, I became a huge fan. I've been even more of a fan of her as she's served on the commission. So I really wanted to thank you, Doria. You know, you really help. You're an example of what makes the Palo Alto community great. So thank you so much for everything you've done for us. Take care.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Terry Holzheimer.
I'll try to keep my comments very brief, but I really want to express to not only to all the people on the Planning Commission today, but those future ones that are still coming up. And that is, if they would follow the dedication and the time commitments that Doria Suma made to us for over the last 8 years, we'd be in great shape. So I recommend that all of us can follow her lead in all the achievements that she's done. She's not only been, in my opinion, the best planning commissioner, the most dedicated, the hardest working, all the superlatives that you could possibly have. So thank you, Doria, personally. It's a shame you can't serve another 12 years or 8 years because we need it in the city. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next is Lydia Koo.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I just want to say Doria has been superb in her skills of knowing our municipal code, especially in planning and transportation. But, you know, it's more than knowing the codes, it's also the common sense and the practicality, as well as the sensibility. Knowing how a built environment benefits the residents and the businesses of Palo Alto, the city that you all live in, is really crucial in this job. And I have always appreciated all your advice and recommendations to council. At this point, I just want to say thank you for, I think it's more than the 8 years, it's over 20 years of service to the city of Palo Alto. You say no, but don't say no to me. But anyways, I do want to say thank you, and always for speaking the truth about what is sensible, what is right, representing the people that we want you to represent, that has elected the council to appoint you, but really looking out for the city and its built environment, knowing that our trees, our environment, you know, there's backyard habitats and so forth. So thank you again for your years of service, and also being a friend.
Next is from Shani.
Thank you. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I usually advocate for nature, the parks, trees, animals, light pollution, all these things. Doria is an expert on the urban space. but her heart is out there in nature. I can tell you, because every time that we've discussed anything that had to do with our natural environment, she had keen interest and deep compassion and understanding. So people always say how much she knows about code and or the codes and zoning and all that, and that's all true. But I think to me, what's most compelling is the compassion that she brought to everything, to the community, deep understanding, her hand on the pulse of this community and everything else that she's done. So thank you, Doria, and thank you for being my friend.
Next is Jeff Greenfield.
Thank you. I'm here as well as everyone else to thank Doria for her years of service and really for being such a key resource for the community. She's someone you can count on to really stand up for the residents, for the community, to know the insides and outs of things, sometimes as well as anyone in the city, and someone who's passionate and consistent and reliable. She's not out there for herself. She's probably not completely loving this moment, but she gets it anyway. And we're here to thank you. I thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you on community issues, on urban forestry issues, and just being a friend. And thank you for your service, and thank you for being a part of our community and for continuing to be a part of our community.
And then next on Zoom from Liz Gardner. Go ahead.
Hi. Oh, hi, sweetie. Sorry, I'm at the airport picking up my son from college. Break. I'm at the airport, planning transportation. Okay, I just wanted to say briefly and hopefully, deeply, my thanks for Doria for your service. It's, I've always been able, even if we have not agreed on everything, to count on you for your in-depth and analysis of the plans before you. And it's not easy being a public servant and with no pay, and you have dedicated your life as a career. It's almost like you leaving is almost like seeing kind of a family member move on from a really incredible position and to the next level. What I am really excited about is what you're going to do next. And I know it's going to be thoughtful and thorough. I'm really sorry you did not make city council. We needed your energy and your just you. The other thing I wanted to say, and although we didn't agree on everything, as you know, I'm a housing advocate, housing. You always picked up your phone for me. You always met me when it was, anytime, pretty much any place, reasonable, but invited me into your home. So that said, I did want to commend you for your service, and it wasn't always easy, and you came to me to look at where I lived and really had a great understanding or perspective of what it is to be low income and what was necessary in this crisis, where you want to go. Your vision really has not wavered. So again, thank you, coming from somebody who's done a lot of volunteer work. I've never run for a campaign, and it's got to be difficult. But you've shown with brightness and steadfastness, and that's important in today's world. To be human is just accolades to that. So thank you for being part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yes, that's all our speakers.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission, and I don't know if anybody on the commission has any comments that they would like to add. Commissioner Suma.
Well, just briefly, and you'll all be happy to know I did not prepare a speech. But I do want to respond to all of you here and all of you on Zoom and everyone else in the community and my colleagues and staff with just undying gratitude for allowing me to be in this role for so many years. And because I got to work on things that I think are some of the most important things that we can do, and that's good governance. That means smart and fair, and also public service. So at the risk of going on and on about that, I think especially at a time like this in America, we really need to rely on good governance and true public servants. So I want to thank my colleagues very much. It's been a pleasure serving with all of you, and to staff who are here, but also over the years, so many staff members. And also the council that twice put me in this role, and other roles on boards and commissions. So thank you all very, very much from the bottom of my heart.
All right, Commissioner Heckman.
So it's not a secret that Doria and I are on occasion seem to be on opposite ends of the ideological spectrum, but it has been a true privilege for me to serve on the PTC with her for 5 years. She is a model of how to prepare for the work we do and to carry out that work. There is no, in my experience, more fierce advocate for the comfort and concerns of the existing residents of the city of Palo Alto. And I have always admired the passion she brings to the work and the civility that she brings to our dialogue when we are looking at things differently. It's been a great learning experience for me to have you here on the commission with me during my entire time, and I'll miss your presence going forward. So thank you for your service.
Commissioner Templeton. No, yes, Commissioner Templeton, then Commissioner Peterson.
You can go first.
Commissioner Suma, I just want to say thank you. I think you're a great mentor to all the new public policy, people coming into campaigns. And I don't think this is the last that we're going to see of you in the political world of candidates and campaigning. And I think it's probably just the start of a lot of really good work that I'm sure you'll do. So I just want to thank you and appreciate the example you've set up here for us all to follow.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I guess I'm the person up here who served with Doria the longest. So it'll be different for me without you here. And I would like to share some of my reflections about what has changed over those years, because I remember at first it was, somebody has mentioned political spectrum of ideology and whatnot, and it was very opposing, oppositional, whatever. That was the world we came onto the commission in. And I think that one thing that I have appreciated over your tenure is how you have grown to be more engaging with the commissioners up here. And I think that kind of growth is really important and laudable. And I'm so happy that you have, because honestly, we don't differ on that many things. And it's absolutely beautiful for us to focus on the things that we can do together. And I'm really glad that you have had this journey and this experience, because I don't think you're a voice alone. I think you're bringing people and perspectives with you. And that's really important for the city, for us to get through all of this, because at some point we have to get through all this, right? So just really want to appreciate you and your willingness to see the good in your fellow positions for your fellow commissioners, because that is not necessarily the world we came from before. And that's something that you're bringing to it and I'm going to miss. So I really appreciate that. And I will say also that I don't know who's going to be my tree buddy when you're gone. Like, I've really appreciated that alignment that we've had. So thank you for this time. And I look forward to seeing what you do next.
Commissioner G.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying that I started, like many other citizens in Palo Alto, as having a concern that Doria came and listened. She came over to our house, listened to the concerns, and for that I'm forever grateful. And I just want to say that there is no better role model. I want to call back to Mr. Holzmer's comments about being able to follow for people to follow Doria's lead. And those are extremely big shoes to fill. I would say that I would not be up here without Doria's encouragement, her support, her endless knowledge, her just everything about her. I am very excited also that I was able to serve with her for 3 meetings. And even though you will no longer be a part of the PTC, I hope that we will continue to have our relationship blossom. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken?
Like everyone here, it's difficult to express how much we owe to you for all that you've given to us individually, as a commission and as a city. But like Commissioner G just said, I often think of you as a role model, not only for how to comport yourself here in commission, how much you have learned and know, and how much the rest of us should aspire to, but also I envy your connection to the community. That is such a strong feature of you that I see constantly, and that again, we should also all be so lucky to do as well. So thank you again, and perhaps as some of you know, one of Doria's favorite animals is the goat, and perhaps the greatest of all time is exactly appropriate for Doria.
So I guess I'm going to close out. So Doria, I just want to thank you for your tremendous dedication and really principled work ethic. I think what I'm going to say is, echoing what everybody else has said, everything that you do is so well researched. You don't shy away from that work. Yeah, hold up your packet right now, because she has a ream of notes and many, many tabs, and that's what she has every single meeting. And so I don't think I've ever seen a commissioner who is so hardworking and works so selflessly to make our city just better. Secondly, you're tremendously generous with your time, and I really appreciate that, and am indebted to you for that. I've learned a lot from you, and I also know that you always have said you just want to help people, and that's exactly what you do. And you're so, just so generous with your time, so willing to drop everything that you're doing and delve into that big mountain of research. And then you follow up, which is amazing. And then finally, I think I'm really going to miss on this commission the incredible wealth of knowledge that you've built up over the last 17 years. In neighborhood associations, numerous working groups, updating the tree ordinance, I don't even know how many committees, and obviously the PTC. And you have this awareness of the history of our city and the context for how all decisions have been made and precedent that few residents and probably most city staff even have. And so I just want to thank you from myself, from all of us here in the PTC and all of Palo Alto for your tremendous service.
Can I say thank you again? Thank you again to everyone. And the sad truth is this has just been a delaying tactic. I now have to clean all my closets, so. So thank you very much. And the hyperbole is embarrassing, but I do appreciate it. Everyone up here is just as marvelous, and if not more. So thank you.
Okay, so our next order of business are city official reports. Ms. Armour, or is Mr. Rios here, or
Yeah.
anybody from transportation? So I don't know who wants to go first.
I'll go through my report. Hard to follow all of that, but we'll quickly do a quick summary through future meetings. So just an update on some of your future meetings. At the meeting on April 6th, currently we are planning to, I might give a moment so that the chambers can empty. All the celebrants there for you. All right. So on April 9th, we currently have you scheduled to discuss the final plans for Crescent Park traffic calming, as well as an update to the ADU ordinance to respond to comments received by HCD. And given it's the first meeting of April and we'll have our new commissioner seated, we will do the election of chair and vice chair.
Can I just ask, thank you, everybody, for coming. And can I just ask that you have your conversations outside so that we can continue with the other items that we have to do that are less fun? All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So then also on April 30th, we do expect to be able to bring to you the parking program update. That has been delayed a few times, but we do expect to be able to bring it at that meeting. And on the next slide then, some of the recent updates in regards to City Council, the vesting tentative map at 4335 and 4345 El Camino Real was approved by council on March 17th. On March 24th, they had a discussion of a potential Senate Bill 457, where it's potentially proposing amendments to the state housing law. This is one that they're going to continue discussing it on April 7th, but it has to do with state housing law and therefore some of the work that we do here on PTC and potential timelines for builders remedy projects. And then on April 7th, we have scheduled City Council review of the lighting ordinance that was reviewed and recommended by you, the PTC, on October 30th of last year. As we do move that one forward, the recommendation from PTC did include, I believe it was a list of 6 different items, modifications to the ordinance presented by staff. And the staff report will be published tomorrow, so that will have more details. Staff does include some modifications to 2 or 3 of those items in our recommendation. We do provide clearly what the PTC's recommendation is, but I wanted to make sure that PTC understood that staff did identify some items that we found some middle ground to try and ensure implementation and enforcement is feasible. So we'll have to look in the packet. We've got a list of who it is that's representing the PTC at that meeting.
It's Commissioner Heckman.
Okay, but you are welcome to join if you would like at that time. And that concludes my update. I believe we've got someone from transportation here who can provide an update from them.
Good evening, commissioners. My name's Nate Baird. I'm from the Office of Transportation. I'm a transportation planning manager, and I work on our parking programs and our transit program. I wanted to come here this evening because we really have been trying to get to PTC with a parking programs update. I've had to delay it again. I wanted to talk through that, just give you a verbal update a little bit about what you can expect for that April meeting. And I've also got a couple updates in Raphael's stead. Raphael Rios is gonna I'm giving him a break this evening, and I'm going to give you a couple updates from our office before I give you the parking program update. So the first one is from on our South Palo Alto Bike Ped Connectivity Project. This project will develop locally preferred crossing locations and design concepts for two new grade-separated bike ped pathways of the Caltrain corridor in the southern portion of the city, i.e. south of Oregon Expressway. We have a community workshop scheduled for Wednesday, April 2nd from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Mitchell Park Community Center. OOT staff is planning to bring that project to this commission, tentatively planned for May 14th. The second update is that our Metropolitan Transportation Commission, known as MTC, is requesting feedback via an online survey for their Plan Bay Area 2050 Plus implementation. A link to the online survey will be emailed to the members of this commission. The public is also invited, I believe, if you go to MTC's website. It's also at planbayarea.org is the website. So those are our two main updates. And then regarding our parking programs, we've been teasing this for a while, but we really need to give some attention to our policies for the downtown in particular. So currently we have a employee program and 2 and 3 hour parking. This kind of presents a number of pain points. The way the programs are currently set up in downtown, though, presents some pain points. So currently, if you want to stay beyond 2 or 3 hours, there's no way to do so except to buy a full daily permit. There's no way to kind of right size your permit stay. If you arrive at noon, you still need to pay the full day. If you arrive at 2 p.m., you still need to pay for the whole day or move to a different color zone. The color zones we've noted numerous times are fairly confusing. We also know that our quarterly permits right now do not really serve part-time or shift workers very well. And so those folks often are shuffling their cars around during the day from color zone to color zone. So this kind of adds to the congestion in downtown that some of you may already be experiencing. And then our 2 and 3 hour limits used to work, but we have parts of the downtown now that are quite congested. Parking is difficult to find if you're looking for it on University Avenue or the Ramona lot or the Emerson lot. But then we have lots of availability that few folks know about in other places. And so we want to talk about what sort of pricing we might do to help turnover occur in those really demanded places, but also still let people know about free parking available in the garages and some of the further afield lots. The Public Works, there's a number of other initiatives going on too that kind of really help us. Our parking programs really are worth considering right now. So Public Works is going to be delivering the APGS system to 4 downtown garages. So if you've been to Cal Avenue and you've experienced the fact that as you pull up to the California Avenue 350 Sherman garage, it kind of displays how much parking available is on each level. We'll have that capability added to 4 garages in downtown. And that too will also give us better data on our usage. So currently our occupancy data is restricted to basically an annual count that we do on a couple days. And so that new system will allow us to get regular occupancy data on how well those garages are used. So all of this is really coming together. It will help us talk about, potentially bringing more affordable housing downtown and how we can better use our parking resources to help that effort, as well as a number of other efforts that we are looking to do in the next few years. It's also really difficult to do TDM, good TDM, transportation demand management programs, if your parking programs are kind of the way that we have them set up. So we'd really like to take a good look at that. We'll be talking to a lot of business owners and visitors over the next couple weeks and months. So if you know someone who's just dying to talk to me or to the city about parking in downtown, please send them my way. But we'll have some focus group opportunities for folks, and we'll be doing a lot of conversations this spring and summer. So look forward to diving into that with all of you as well.
Thank you so much. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff? Okay, so our first action item tonight is a recommendation on an ordinance to amend the El Camino Real focus area. And this item was continued from our last meeting on March 12th. So could we have the staff report for this? Oh, sorry. I think I need to ask for disclosures and recusals first. So maybe if we start, we'll change it up and start down with Commissioner Templeton and just go on down the line.
No, we don't need disclosures generally.
Oh, wait, not disclosures.
Yeah, just.
Sorry, legislative item. So I think Commissioner Suma has something.
Yes, I just wanted to let everyone know that I will be recused on the major portion of this item because I live very close to one of the areas under discussion. So I will be in. Thank you.
Well, so Mr. Yang, did you want to?
Yeah, so we're going to structure this item so that it's segmented into the portion that creates the conflict and then a later portion where there is no conflict. And we'll decide, the PTC will take a vote and take its action first on the portion that creates the conflict. But we're going to have a combined staff report and combined public comment. So Commissioner Suma, you may remain for those and then leave after the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
And we have Jean Eisberg online to do the staff presentation for us this evening.
Okay, good evening, Chair Chang and members of the commission. Again, I'm Jean Eisberg, a consulting planner with the city. So we are back tonight talking about the El Camino Real focus area. As a reminder, this is implementation of a housing element program. There's an existing El Camino focus area, and what the program says is to consider how to expand the geographic boundaries and consider any changes to development standards. And the purpose of this focus area is to incentivize housing production in appropriate locations as an alternative to state density bonus law. So the request tonight is that the commission make a recommendation to the city council on the draft ordinance. We'll talk about the expansion areas, the development regulations, affordable housing requirements, and special setbacks on Hanson Way. And then separately, we're interested in your feedback on future action and planning for the remainder of the corridor not included in the focus area, and then also separately potential rezoning of 470 Olive Avenue. As you may recall, we met in December with both the Planning Commission and the Architecture Review Board. And at that time, we had evaluated the entire corridor and broken it up into a series of tiers for potential inclusion in the focus area based on a number of criteria, including distance to transit, the size of the site, interest from developers, a lack of proximity to R1 or low density zone districts. And sorting those into tiers, we got feedback from the commission and the Architecture Review Board on those expansion areas and on whether or not to adjust development standards depending on locations or size of site. So this is some of the feedback we received from the commission, including the idea to provide incentives for lot consolidation and considering some adjustments to the height transition standards. We received some similar feedback from the ARB. They did recommend expansion through all of the tiers, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We did spend a lot of time with the Architecture Review Board talking about adjustments to the daylight plane and the height transition standards, as well as the upper story step back that we'll talk about on El Camino Real. So what's proposed in the ordinance is to expand the boundaries of the El Camino focus area. So the existing focus area is shown here in blue. and the expansion areas shown in pink. And the expansion areas are generally areas that we identified as tier 1, the most potential or best sites for potential redevelopment under the focus area. We did include a site that had been identified in tier 2 because that site has a builder's remedy application. So the other reason why we limited the sites for inclusion in the focus area to just these sites is because of CEQA. So the housing element included an addendum to the comprehensive plan EIR that studied a certain amount of development. And so this is the amount of development that we can assume under that existing CEQA document. So future analysis of the corridor or inclusion in the focus area would require additional CEQA review. The draft ordinance also recommends some modifications to development regulations, and this relates to this idea of having incentives for lot consolidation. And essentially, the proposed regulations create a threshold based on lot size. This was also an idea that came out of the Architecture Review Board, who was interested in using lot size or lot width as a threshold for when a higher development standard would come into play. So as it is today, the standards allow 4.0 FAR and 85 feet within the focus area. And so those standards would remain for lots that are over 10,000 square feet. Under 10,000 square feet, which include only the new lots that are proposed in the development in the focus area, it would have reduced development standards. The idea being those smaller lot sizes can't really handle that level of height or accommodate that much FAR. It's difficult to make the parking work on a smaller site of that size. And just wanted to hone in on one example. At 3300 El Camino, this particular site has an approved office building. And so based on those standards, so also the developer has expressed interest in also doing a multifamily product on the site. Now, in this case, the way the standards are currently written, that 85-foot height limit would also serve the office building. So the office building could, under the current standards, go up to 85 feet. The 4.0 FAR would be shared across the whole site. Now, if the commission was interested in ensuring that the office building was just limited to the 0.4 FAR that's currently allowed today, that's something we would need to add to the draft ordinance. The draft ordinance also modifies development regulations related to daylight planes and height transition. So what it does is proposes to eliminate the height transition and replace it with a more strict daylight plane. It also proposes to modify the upper story step back that's on the El Camino frontage side of the buildings to streamline that standard and simplify it a bit. I mentioned the affordable requirements. So a new state law went into effect at the beginning of the year, and that changed the amount of affordable housing that a builder's remedy application, a builder's remedy project needs to provide. And so previously it was 20% at least low-income household levels, low-income levels. And so the new state law that's now into effect allows reduced below market rate units depending on the level of affordability, lower than 20%. And so that begs the question if the city should revise the focus area affordability requirements for this focus area to make them more comparable to state law, to consider a potential in lieu fee payment or changes to that 20% standard. So up here is that existing focus area standard and the new builder's remedy requirements, which do pertain to existing builder's remedy projects that have already been submitted. In addition to the staff report, the draft ordinance calls for waiving fees for below market rate units. And this is a staff recommendation to just clarify that the waiver of fees pertains to only the units restricted to lower income levels and therefore not to moderate or above. The Hanson Way special setback, this is a special setback of 50 feet that applies throughout Stanford lands in the research park area, but particularly at the 3300 El Camino site presents a potential constraint to development here. And so we've been talking to the transportation division about whether it might be appropriate to remove or reduce that special setback. At this time, they recommend not removing it completely. There's potential to reduce it, but wanted to get the Planning Commission's input on the possibility of removing that special setback just in this El Camino area. Across the street, the setback has already been removed for mixed use or hotel projects at 3200 El Camino. So what could happen on the rest of the corridor? We have received some direction from the City Council to prepare an area plan for El Camino sometime in the future. There's currently other area plans going on, so this is not yet scheduled, but we're open to the Commission's input if you have any other feedback on planning for an approach for the remainder of the corridor. And then lastly, this hasn't been noticed as part of this item, but through this process and how we've been talking to different property owners along the corridor, we did have interest from a property owner in rezoning of this particular site at 470 Olive Avenue. This is part of a series of sites that's owned by one property owner. The site's been in commercial use continuously, even though it's zoned R1 or now NV as in North Ventura R1. There is some ongoing groundwater monitoring due to an off-site plume, and so redevelopment as a single-family use is unlikely to be financially feasible, but mitigations could be in place to allow for redevelopment of the bigger site as multifamily housing. So the potential proposal here is to rezone that NVR1 site to NVMXM, which allows for 2.0 FAR, 55-foot building heights, and would require a daylight plane. So the question here is, as a part of a future action, if the Planning Commission would support rezoning of this site. So the staff recommendation is here on the screen, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Yang's okay if we ask clarifying questions right now? Because usually we do that, or do we take public comment first?
Because we're segmenting this issue, I would recommend holding the questions until after public comment and after Commissioner Suma recused.
Okay, thank you. So then let's move straight to public comments. Ms. Dowd, do we have speaker cards or raised hands online?
Yes, I have one one speaker card and two raised hands. First is from Peter Giovanotto.
Just a clarifying question. How long do I have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right. First off, I wasn't aware I was going to be here at such a momentous meeting. Congratulations. I wish I had known you better. But it's pretty much impossible to get that many people to show up to a meeting with positive things to say all around the board. So congratulations. Enjoy it. Anyhow, good evening. My name is Peter Giovanotto. My family's been part of Palo Alto for over 30 years. My parents raised me here. They built a business here. Now I'm raising my kids here. And we are the owners of the 3606 and 3781 El Camino Real sites. And we're all set to create about 500 new apartment homes via the builder's remedy process, which was kind of the only route that was available to us at the time. But we were very excited to hear about our sites being added to the expanded El Camino Real focus area. But as our letter noted, which my brother sent in earlier before the prior meeting, there are 3 standards that block this pathway for us. The first being that 70% lot coverage cap, which it looks like staff has done a great job and recommended that move up. And this 10-foot step back above 55 feet. And also there seems to be some wording for a catch-all issue that's kind of buried inside the staff recommendations. So first on the lot coverage, we do echo the staff's recommendation, the 80% maximum coverage. It seems like a small shift, but it actually makes a massive positive impact on the site. On the step back, 10-foot step back eliminates on our projects a minimum of 24 units. And it also shrinks dozens of other units on the site, making them into somewhat cramped boxes to keep those units and minimize the lost units. We would suggest either a 2-foot step back or no step back, and instead just encourage material changes at the 55-foot height. And our letter has photos that show examples of successful projects using both methods. And lastly, staff recommends tying the focus area's other development standards and design criteria, in quotes, to the base district rules. It's kind of what we read in there. And this would certainly create a Pandora's box of issues if the standards, other development standards are leading rather than the focus area leading the development standards. And that may result in the loss of all benefits to us of being in the focus area. So we would recommend that the focus area standards control over the base district standards. So in short, please support the 80% lot coverage, a low to no step back approach, and a focus area led standards so that projects like ours have a chance in the focus area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's our first Zoom speaker?
First on Zoom is from Liz Gardner.
Hi, can I go after this next person? Sorry, I'm just pulling into park. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yes, please be safe. We'll move on to the next person.
Next is from Laura Bowser.
Hello, my name is Laura Bowser and I'm with Sandhill Property Company. We ground lease several properties within the Stanford Research Park, including 3300 El Camino, which is part of the El Camino focus area. And we are currently working to develop a mixed-use project at 3300, as staff mentioned. I'd like to thank staff and the Planning Commission for your efforts to update the focus area and increase the feasibility of developing housing. We support the proposed revisions to the focus area and agree that they will help deliver more housing to the city. There are a few additional development standards that we feel should be addressed, as we noted in the letter we submitted for this meeting. The first is removing the Hanson Way special setback. The existing setback is no longer necessary as Hanson Way already provides a Class 2B buffered bike lane, which is the recommended bike facility within the city's pending bike ped transportation update. Therefore, the 50-foot setback along Hanson is no longer required and detrimental to developing housing. We recommend reducing it to match the proposed El Camino Real setback to create better activation at the corner of El Camino and Hanson Way. The second update we request is to clarify that the rear and interior setbacks do not apply to below grade structures. This would allow parking to be maximized on the property. Given that many of the focus area properties are relatively narrow, maximizing the amount of parking will lead to the ability to build more housing within the provided setbacks above grade. And the last update we request is for the commission to revisit the 20% BMR on-site requirement. As staff noted in the report, the 20% BMR requirement was originally adopted as an alternative to builders' remedy projects, which now only need to provide 13% of units as low income. As a 20% BMR project requirement penalizes developers who have chosen to work with the city through a typical entitlement process and rather than go through builders' remedy. It's also been repeatedly shown by cities in the Bay Area that a 20% BMR requirement creates infeasible projects, and that's especially true in the current economic conditions with high costs and interest rates. And we're unaware of any economic analysis that's been done to show that a 20% BMR requirement is feasible. And lastly, just the remainder of the city has the ability to pay an in lieu fee for affordable housing, and we request that the focus area be held to the same standard. Thank you for your time, and I'll stay online in case you have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay. And next is Liz Gardner.
Hi, thank you for, hello?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for waiting there. My name is Liz Gardner again. I am actually a neighbor of Sandhill Properties. I reside at 2500 El Camino Real, which is a very low income Mayfield related private property owner, very low income LIHTC tax credit building. I am here to speak on behalf of the low-income working class in the city. I do not believe that the 20% low-income threshold should be reduced. It's hard living on El Camino Real. I do feel lucky with my family and my kids to have actually attended the Palo Alto Unified School District. We are a complex of very hard-working people who struggle to make ends meet, but we are also part of this community. It doesn't seem like it because we are on Stanford Research Park, but as a neighbor of Sand Hill Properties who deal in, multi-million, billion dollars worth of properties, I beg to differ. I think that we need more affordability in this town, much more so that the jobs to housing imbalance is more balanced, and people are able to work or live where they work, or live where they send their kids to school, or work where their kids go to preschools and all sorts of things. So it's critical during in this crisis as well. So I also am sort of interested in why, there's all these daylight planes and setbacks, and whether we should have setbacks, or whether there's the setback is too far, it's, overcrowding, which is definitely an issue. We need housing, infill housing. We need housing in the centers of our cities. Along the El Camino Real focus area, there's not a lot of amenities. It's not really close to shopping. Maybe it's close to the transit, which is good. But we are dealing with, especially at Mayfield Place on Stanford Research Park, is a lot, and a lot of this does come from Sand Hill. I hate to say, I'm trying to be a good neighbor here, but please address the light, air, and noise pollution as well. I would like to see that really incorporated. As a resident of Mayfield, we deal with a lot of light. These are families who go, work all hours, or have, get up, get their kids to school. There's just far too much light, air, and noise pollution, especially in this area of the Stanford Research Park. So I thank you for making changes tonight in my lineup there, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Okay, so I think Commissioner Suma needs to leave for a moment, and we'll let you know when we're ready to come back. Okay, so the way we're going to handle this item is address the items first. Ms. Eisberg, if you could pull up I think it's the last slide that had the bullets of the things that we need to cover. Okay, so Commissioner Suma is allowed to participate with respect to 1D, the special setbacks on Hanson Way, as well as item number 3, the future rezoning of Olive. So what we should do is then cover 1A through C as well as item number 2, and then we can bring Commissioner Suma back. And I think that should be pretty easy to do because 1D and number 3 are kind of separate items. So I think in terms of clarifying questions, to the extent that we can kind of save any clarifying questions as they relate to Hanson Way or 470 Olive, if we could just hold those until Commissioner Suma rejoins us, that would be best. So let's do clarifying questions first, and then we'll go into whatever rounds of comments we need to do. Anybody have clarifying questions? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Eisberg, do you mind going back to the map of the different tiers? I think. Yeah, so I know that we're trying to avoid questions about Olive, but I just want to better understand which map. You have a little bit of discrepancy between the different maps that you have about these zones. So on this one here on slide 4, you have included this piece about Olive as well as the whatever the shaded zone below it is. And then on the map on slide 7, you've drawn a different diagram for this.
So Commissioner G, just to clarify, you're saying that 470 Olive is represented differently on the two maps? Is that what you're saying?
Well, actually, my first question is just whether or not we should be, like, is that included in this tier 2, Ms. Eisberg, on slide 4 or wherever you were? I just want to better understand that first.
Yes, so part of this exercise was consolidating, looking at lots that had common ownership. So if there was a site on El Camino and it had common ownership in the rear, similar to, this cluster of sites here or across the street, some of the builder's remedy sites, then we took those sites all together as a group. So for the purposes of this exercise, yes, 470 Olive was included.
Thank you. And then can you go to, I believe you had mentioned about the 70% front setback. This is a different question now. About the 70% front setback. Can you just help me better understand what that actually looks like?
So the way it is now, on the right-hand side, there's a upper story step back. And so above 55 feet, currently it's an average step back of 20 and a minimum of 6. It's not shown here on the diagram, but the idea is above 55 feet, there would be a step back of at least 10 feet, if you can see what I'm drawing here.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Wait, so where does the 70% come in? Or are you just saying what?
Oh, I apologize. So so then if we look at it across the front, across 70% of the facade, you would have to have at least that 10-foot setback. The remaining 30% of the facade could extend all the way out to the either the property line or the front of the facade, depending on how it's defined.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Okay. I don't see other lights, but I have a couple clarifying questions. Okay, so when you were speaking, you were setting the context for the El Camino Real focus area as an alternative to state density bonus. A public comment, which is what I understood it to be, a public commenter mentioned it being an alternative to builder's remedy, which it sort of is, but I wanted to ask in the context of packet page, the packet page that has all the affordability on it. Packet page 208. Is that right? Yes, my pages are sticking together. Sorry about that. Yeah, so packet page 208. Where there's new affordability requirements for builder's remedy. Are those new affordability requirements linked in any way to density bonus specifically?
No. So those are specific to, those are written into the Housing Accountability Act section of the state statute. And so that applies to builder's remedy projects. Now, a project that is also proposing under state density bonus law instead of the El Camino focus area may have a different or overlapping set of affordability requirements.
Okay, but nothing in AB 1893 changes the incentives offered for state density bonus.
No,
okay.
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then you had mentioned when you were showing the map of the tier 1 sites that there was one site that wasn't originally tier 1, but has been included in this recommendation because it has an SB 330 application. Are there any other sites, tier 1, in tiers 2 through 4 that also have SB 330 applications, or is that the only one?
I don't know about SB 330. There could be other SB 330 preliminary
Sorry,
applications, but
builders
okay.
remedy, yeah.
No, all the builder's remedy applications are included either in the existing focus area or the proposed.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then finally, I can't remember which slide it was, but it was the one where you had a schematic of the office of the 3300 El Camino Real proposed development, right? And you said sort of something quickly about how the office building, that's the last bullet right there. As drafted, the ordinance would allow the office building to take advantage of new standards. Okay. And so are you saying that the current staff recommendation doesn't limit the height of office?
The draft ordinance does not limit the height of the office. Well, it limits the height of the office to 85 feet. So it would allow an office to extend up to 85 feet and would allow the entire development site to build out as 4.0 FAR and does not stipulate the breakdown of residential versus office, except that it does require a housing development project. So that means it has to be 2/3 residential.
And
Sorry.
clarify, it's because our regulations don't specify that mixed use has to be vertical mixed use, that it could be horizontal mixed use. And so if it was developed as one project, if it was just the office building, then no, it would not be able to take advantage of these rules. And I believe, Albert, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to put a pin in that response because I want to go and check. My understanding was that the office component is still limited to 0.4 FAR. And really what we're talking about here, with the idea that the office could use that new standard 85-foot height, if the developer wanted to build this project so that, residential was on the bottom and an office was the top floor, that would be possible. But my understanding, and I'll double check this, is that the office is still limited to 0.4 FAR.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a pretty important piece of information, and I appreciate you coming back to us with the clarification, because everything that I understand in terms of, I don't think anybody was envisioning 85-foot high office buildings when in any of the prior discussions, either here at the PTC or city council that I had heard. So that's a pretty big footnote. Thank you. That's it for my clarifying questions. So with that, why don't we do, sorry, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Yeah, so I wanted to really follow up on the questioning that the chair had about AB 1893 to make sure I understood it. And that is this concept that we have, as I'm understanding it, our current plan for this El Camino area requires a 20% BMR. And that was based on state law at the time. State law has now changed through 1893 to give this tiering approach where instead of 20% BMR, you could go with 7% if those are extremely low, or 10% or 13 as described on 208. What I'm trying to understand is whether, and so the concept in the staff report is, do we want to lower our 20% to match up to 1893 so that developers will use our ordinance rather than state law? And what I'm not entirely clear on is when we say rather than state law, are we only talking about builder's remedy projects, of which there are now a finite number in this corridor because the window has closed? Or are we potentially talking about those existing builder's remedy projects in tier one, plus this one other one, or the existing areas? Or are we talking about other possible state law housing projects that could come in under SB 330, for example?
I believe we are speaking about both.
Okay.
And in terms of this discussion of potentially modifying this percentage and this requirement, the one additional thing that I wanted to add is this 20% requirement for affordability. That was kind of the core and purpose of this program, of the El Camino Real focus area. But given the public comment that we'd received and the knowledge of the kind of changing rules for builder's remedy, we did feel it was important as part of this discussion that it be, thought through in terms of your recommendation to council.
Okay, then just to, I understand and appreciate that, but just to close this, an applicant could apply tomorrow for a housing development in this corridor using a tool like SB 330, and that project might include 7% affordability at extremely low income for extremely low income households.
No, this is the new categories for builder's remedy. Because the city has adopted and had certified the housing element, we would not be receiving builder's remedy any new builder's remedy applications until the next cycle.
Right, and I'm trying to reference a state law outside of builder's remedy. So, any of the other laws within the HAA that provide a shortcut through the city's process that aren't builder's remedy. In other words, I'm trying to figure out if the universe of things we are trying to incentivize is just those builder's remedy projects that are already before us, or if we are needing to concern ourselves with other new projects coming in that can not use our ordinance, that we need to incentivize to use our ordinance.
I'm going to invite Mr. Yang to join this discussion, see if he has anything to add as well. I think we are looking at density bonus law as well, and this is an alternative to that. It's just that these percentages don't apply to density bonus law, I don't believe, but I will leave that to Mr. Yang to clarify.
Yeah, so these are the percentages here are for the builder's remedy. For density bonus law, someone could provide these percentages and they would get a density bonus according to the table that's in the density bonus law. In terms of what are we targeting with this program, I think it's both. This program started off and its current form was, largely addressing a builder's remedy project at 3150 El Camino. And we are still targeting builder's remedy projects with it, but we are also looking more broadly at, projects that don't have the builder's remedy available and only have density bonus as their alternative. So one concept that I think isn't discussed in the staff report, but the commission may want to consider is a different standard for a project that has a pending builder's remedy application.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
It does, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. So I have something of a procedural question. Having a background as the countywide investigator for labor standards, when I see this, one of the first questions that comes to my mind is, how is this enforced? Is this a state enforcement that they have the investigator, that's the builder's remedy investigators Is it statewide? Is there a county investigator? Is it city? Who's responsible for enforcing that once these are built, that these units actually exist?
At the affordability levels?
Yeah, we would require that they be deed restricted to those affordability levels.
So there's nobody that actually goes in and checks to make sure they're there?
So after, let's see, certainly before occupancy, often before a building permit is issued, we'll enter into an agreement that gets recorded on the property that requires a certain number of units to be offered at, restricted prices. And then all of those units are typically administered by the city's BMR administrator, Alta Housing. And Alta Housing maintains a list of those units, and they maintain wait lists of candidates to fill those units, and they, make sure people are qualified and go and fill those units.
And a follow-up question, because I mean, at the county, my job was, the dots on the floor at McDonald's was to make sure that those were there. Is there somebody actually assigned this task, or is this?
Alta Housing is assigned the task. So in short, Alta Housing, for example, or any other administrator who we enter into agreement with, is the party who validates the tenant. So a tenant cannot take occupancy unless the administrator has validated them at the appropriate affordability level. So that's the enforcement.
Which is usually the lightest level of enforcement.
Which, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
That's usually the lightest level of enforcement that's available.
I'm not sure I'm following, because I believe Alta Housing also has to validate the income every year.
There's a process, but I mean, it's just, in the tiers of enforcement, that's usually the lower end of enforcement. That's what I was asking. So it answers the question.
Okay. All right. So I was thinking about how to best approach this. And I think what we should do is just go ahead and comment on any, Ms. Eisberg, could you please pull up that slide again, the one with the topics for discussion? So I was just going to suggest that we each comment on everything except, our thoughts on everything except Hanson and 470 Olive. And then depending on the alignment that we see, we may decide to make one or several motions splitting things apart. So let's go ahead if you have comments. No lights, anybody? Commissioner Aiken? Vice Chair Aiken?
Sure, I expected to be next to last in this game. So I'll run through several of these. I'm disappointed we have to postpone the tier 2 sites, but I think the rationale is sound, so I support that. I like the incentives for lot consolidation. So for affordability, AB 1893 is really disappointing. I'd rather use inclusionary requirements so we don't segregate people by income level, but given the really low requirements there, we may have to establish another standard, and I'm open to that. But even if we don't, I'd like to support allowing the use of in lieu fees, because I think we're quite likely to get more units by funding other projects than we would get at these levels. So that would be my take. If you want to establish a standard, fine, but I'd certainly support in lieu fees. The proposed clarification on the fee waiver also looks good to me. And my remaining comments are about the development standards, and those are sufficiently long that I want to make sure that everybody else has had a chance to speak first before I tackle those.
Other comments? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Like Vice Chair Aiken, I will also postpone my comments on item 1B, the development regulation changes. I'll just kind of go line item as well. Personally, looking at the map, I am in support of Tier 1 and Tier 2, and generally I agree with staff that the areas labeled Tier 3 and Tier 4 I would not approve of. So I would say right now I agree with what our previous recommendation was on item 1A. On item 1C, I don't have any specific comments other than if the focus area was created because we want to do 20% BMR, that's kind of my preference, and I'm willing to listen to other commissioners' opinions on that. And yeah, those are my comments for now.
Okay, so it sounds like where we're headed is we're gonna discuss everything but the development regulations. Yep, go ahead.
I actually had a question. Maybe, I don't know if Ms. Eisberg or maybe staff, can someone show me maybe on the lot, like on the map, how actually big the 10,000 square feet is? I just want to get a sense of which lots are already 10,000 square feet. Is that possible?
I can pull up some maps that we included in the packet in December. If you give me a minute, those segmented by lot size.
That'd be great, thank you. And then we can have other people comment while she's doing that.
Yeah, sure. Nobody else is lighting up their lights. Commissioner Heckman.
Sure. So I'm not entirely following how we're breaking this out other than the part with and without Commissioner Suma. So I won't talk about Hanson or Olive Avenue. So in no particular order, staff's thought on the or suggestion on the limitation of the fee waiver to 80% and below. I'm supportive of that. I think we want that's what we want to incentivize is more deeply affordable housing in Palo Alto. I'm also supportive of the applicability of an in lieu fee. I think there may need to be a discussion of whether that can be a complete substitute for any BMR requirement or a partial substitute. You know, there are some circumstances where you provide the whole number BMRs and any remnant in the calculation as an in lieu fee. But I think that's to be discussed. And I think I'm supportive of a special BMR rule for our existing builder's remedy projects that are in this zone, particularly this new tier 1 plus the 1, that we match 1893 to give that specific group of developments a level playing field to possibly choose to use our ordinance. I think and then perhaps we can revisit later whether we want these lower numbers, these alternatives provided in 1893 to apply more broadly outside of just as an incentive to people with builder's remedies. But for now, and I think this was Mr. Yang's not suggestion, but just mentioned the possibility that we could limit it to applicability to existing builder's remedies. So I think I am supportive of that. I guess I'll touch on a few of the development regulation changes. I am supportive of the encouragement of assemblage for larger projects and the rewarding of that, the incentivizing that through the increased, I can't remember if it's lot coverage or FAR going from 70 to 80%, but I'm supportive of that. Let's see. One of the speakers tonight mentioned basement setbacks. which I don't remember reading much about in the staff report, but I'm interested in hearing staff's perspective on that and to see if it's something that, that they're ready to talk about tonight and we might have a recommendation on. And then the 10-foot setback above 55 feet. I don't understand. If I'm understanding, this is the setback on the El Camino facing side. And I don't understand what we're getting by requiring that that's worth more than what we're giving up by requiring that. And so I'd like to understand what the benefits are. Again, we're more than 55 feet up. So to me, that has very little effect on the pedestrian at ground level. It's not like this is a canyon with every floor stepping back, so I'm in the middle of a big V. I've got a solid 55-foot wall, pretty far apart. El Camino is very wide, and we're losing housing units potentially, or at a minimum, the size of units by requiring that. And so I'd like to understand why that might be a good thing. And I'm also curious about what some of the neighboring cities are doing in that regard. But what I read in one of the comments before coming tonight was the neighboring cities don't seem to be using 10 feet. They either have a smaller setback or it's an architectural treatment that gives the visual look of some kind of change, maybe shadowing or something that makes it look different. But again, if I'm standing on the ground, I don't really understand how often people are going to be seeing that 55 plus feet up. So those are my initial round. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see other lights right now, so I'm going to go ahead and give my first round comments. I'm just going to go down the list, packet page 206. Well, first I'll go first in order of the staff of the slide. So the first on 1A, proposed expansion areas. For right now, I think staff's rationale for keeping it to tier 1 and including the additional SB, the additional builder's remedy site makes perfect sense. So I'm supportive of that. Regarding the development regulation changes, I'm going to go down the list on packet page 206. And so it starts with the daylight plane, which I think we're going to have a lot more discussion about, but I am uncomfortable with the 45-degree daylight plane because we have had recent experience on the PTC with a 45-degree daylight plane, and this one's actually more aggressive because this one begins at 16 feet rather than at 10 feet, which was our prior experience on the PTC. So I'm hoping that there might be a compromise there because I am supportive of removing the height transition. I think that is a little bit much given the initial motivation and excitement behind the El Camino Real focus area, which was that these properties thus far do not back onto R1 lots. And so I think we won't get what we can out of these fairly limited areas in the city where we can develop that don't affect low density parcels. In terms of the simplified upper story setback, in response to what Commissioner Heckman said about what we're getting for this, I think it is an effort by the ARB to avoid sort of the canyon effect. And we will talk about this a little bit more, or as a part of doing the investigation for the next action item on retail nodes when I drove up and down El Camino. What I noticed is that at least south of Palo Alto, the El Camino setback is much larger than what it is in Palo Alto. The minute you cross into Palo Alto, we have our 12-foot sidewalk, and the buildings are much closer. Whereas on the Mountain View side of the border, I don't know what the setback is, but it's giant, and that's for everything, for commercial, for retail, it's all very far set back. And so it would not surprise me that other cities don't have the same requirement because their section of El Camino feels much wider. In addition, looking at the maps, El Camino actually is in fact wider. So you can measure on Google Maps. Our section, or the most narrow sections in Palo Alto of El Camino is about 90 to 100 feet wide. So it's not as wide, like the lanes are narrower and the street is narrower than certain other cities have. So I'm inclined to just, this is not my area of expertise. I don't know how you avoid the canyon-like feeling, but I don't want a canyon-like feeling and understand that that is what our residents don't want that. So I'm inclined to just go with what the ARB is recommending because I don't know better. And I do think that it may help with some of the flexibility that is needed because I understand that the current requirement of 20 feet really causes a lot of loss and is also difficult. I believe the public comments, some of them said that having a 20-foot kind of like flat expanse creates engineering challenges and et cetera. So I'm hopeful that this will allow for more flexibility while trying to mitigate the canyon-like effect. I'm supportive of standardizing setbacks, but I did have a question for staff about the setbacks. And what if I refer to packet page 213, which is where it talks about, front, rear, and side street side setbacks, rear, interior, and front and street side setbacks. I wanted to, we've seen before for certain projects where depending on what is decided, what is the front or the street address of the lot, that it may change the direction of what a rear setback is or a side setback is. And what I want to ask staff is, are there any parcels that are being considered for addition, whether now or later, to the focus area where we might find ourselves in the situation where what we're thinking of as the rear setback, which is the side opposite from El Camino Real, and is most likely to abut a very different underlying zone, whether there's any properties where that would in fact become a side yard instead of a rear yard. And I don't know, maybe staff doesn't have the answer to that right now. So what
maybe I can try to answer. So the way it's proposed, the rear and interior yards have the same requirements. So if you had a condition where what you might think of as the abutting rear setback is actually an interior yard, the same standard will apply. So it's just the front and the street side where you would end up with either way a street side condition, even if the front was not El Camino.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I think that addresses my concern, actually. Okay. And then if it's on El Camino, the El Camino 12-foot effective sidewalk is in place so that we're never going to end up with a 5-foot setback when we don't want one. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I think that addresses. So then I'm supportive of standardizing the setbacks. I think that simplifies things a lot. I'm supportive of the incentives for consolidation. And to add that to that, this is just me brainstorming. I haven't really thought about the implications. But I wonder about the comment with in lieu fees for affordable housing. If to provide additional incentive for consolidation, we might want to do something allowing like a greater percentage of in lieu fees instead of inclusionary for lot consolidation or something like that, because we get a lot more out of consolidated lots. And I think maybe there's something that we can do to play with that. And I'm also supportive of providing the incentives for BMR units as long as they're the 80% of AMI, which is what is currently the affordability level set for the focus area. Now, if we change things per the suggestion that we look on page 208 at the new AB 1893 numbers, then I might be less supportive of doing that. Because I do agree with what Commissioner Heckman said, that we want to incentivize the 80% AMI, and that's where we would want to waive fees. I'm also open to, again, I'm not quite sure I understand the implications, but I'm open to Commissioner Heckman's suggestion about changing the affordable housing requirements for just the builder's remedy projects. And so my question to staff is, do you know which of the parcels? Would you be able to pull up the map and just give us a sense of which of the parcels that are currently either in the El Camino Real focus area or going to be proposed to add this round are builder's remedy projects?
Yes, and I'll ask if I make a mistake here, please staff correct me. So the stars are showing submitted applications, builder's remedy or not. There are 4 builder's remedy applications, I understand. And there's one here, here, and here.
Okay, that's super helpful. I mean, so with respect to, again, I haven't thought through this or like done the analysis myself, but the part that gives me heartburn is calling the 120% AMI units that are small affordable, because I have a bee in my bonnet about that issue. I've discussed it at length for other projects. And so other than that, I'm definitely supportive, but I just need to think a little bit about that one piece. So, okay, those are my comments, my very lengthy comments. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'd be interested in you taking the time to be a little clearer about that particular issue if you do want us to next time you talk, because I remember it, but I don't remember all the details, and you would just went over it really quickly. Anyway, for all of the things that we've discussed so far tonight, the upper story setback is the one that I think is surprising me in terms of controversy. I will say that, yeah, you're right about Mountain View having the luxury of space, but you can go further north, and other areas don't have that, that are a little bit more comparable to us. And, to Commissioner Heckman's point, at some point, when you're looking up, then you stop seeing after a certain height. So I like the idea of making sure that we have architectural interest. And I do think that with 10 feet, we can have that. I'm a little nervous about losing housing opportunity. If we are actually going to be building that high, darn well better be housing in there, right? Like, we need to have maximize our yield for that. So I'm thinking about, there's plenty of ways to address this that would be attractive. But to answer the chair's question about how do we make this not feel too much like a block, I think part of the answer would be at street level. So having the space at the level where we're driving, where we're usually looking, like first story, second story, where there's interest, and you can have the property then go back out over that as you go further up. And it might, we don't have to legislate that, but I'm trying to say there are ways to design this that are more interesting. And a lot of times that entry level is the place where they do choose to put visual interest instead of housing, right? The housing goes further up. So it's possible for us to get the visual interest that we need without sacrificing too much of housing, and possibly, and I don't know if we would be the ones to do it or if that would be the ARB, but possibly, we need to make sure that people walking down El Camino can enjoy the Palo Alto experience. And what I mean by that is, we would like ideally to have larger sidewalks and some vegetation and visual interest and architectural interest. And we do want to feel welcoming. So that's something that we need to think about as we're designing in our minds what the requirements are for these buildings. It wouldn't work for us anyway to just have a sheer wall of glass from the 10-foot sidewalk from the street, right? That's not the kind of thing we'd want to see necessarily. But what we do want to do as a commission is maximize the housing trade-off, balance, whatever you want to call it, when we are approving these special situations, right? We want to make sure that we're getting the feeling of living and working and being part of Palo Alto when we're near those parts, those neighborhoods, those new neighborhoods that we're creating. And there's not only one way to do that. And we've been thinking about it in pretty limited fashion in terms of what was presented. But I think we can do better. I think we can build something that's beautiful, that fits here, and provides the housing. As you said, we don't want necessarily to have to build in the lower density neighborhoods, right? This gives us an opportunity to have more homes and to design this well. So I think we can be flexible and we can encourage the builders who will take advantage of these new rules and regulations to build something that fits here and has a lot of homes here. And they have told us in public comment that we need to not restrict them from building the maximum number of units on the property. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson?
Just want to double check, or is it a good time to bring up a new topic?
What's the new topic? We're all just commenting on broadly on this item.
Okay, so the question I have is for staff, is the overlay with the Superfund sites and the interaction with housing. Somehow it seems Superfund.
Oh, for that
housing.
one, I think that we should hold off until Commissioner Suma comes back because that's specific to Olive.
Fantastic.
And so let's try and save that discussion so that she can participate in it as well.
Why is it specific to Olive?
Well,
I guess I'll find out.
I mean, if you have questions regarding the El Camino Real focus area and Superfund sites in general, sure, go ahead. But all of it is that's one of the considerations in the staff report.
I guess I'm just signaling staff if we could have those maps available, it'd be nice to be able to see. Because I don't actually know where the boundaries even are. Or if there are any, maybe there's not.
You can go ahead and send me an email with that request. I want to make sure that I do get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
And it is certainly broader than Olive. And I want to make a pun with Olive Palo Alto. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Yeah, I think the key term you're looking for is the California olive. Is it Emerson plume? I forget, COE.
Uh-oh.
So it sounds like that some commissioners have a second round of comments, and I think this would be the time for it because I'm not seeing other lights. That, or we can discuss the item that I think is a number of us have indicated that we'd like to discuss more, which is the daylight plane. So Vice Chair Aiken and then Commissioner G.
All right, so yeah, I'd like to talk a bit about development standards and the daylight plane in particular. Ms. Dow, could you bring up the presentation that I sent?
Should we be calling this the commissioner presentation in addition to the staff presentation?
This is much lower tech than those. All right, so I agree with Chair Chang that it looks like the height transition standard is going away for good reason. But I've pardon me, but I've included it here just for comparisons so you can see what's going on. What's proposed by the ARB is a 45-degree daylight plane measured at 16 feet above the property line. And that I've drawn here in red. Blue is the old height transition standard. And neighbors have raised objections to the 45-degree daylight plane in other cases. So I wanted to try and find something that might be a compromise between these two that we could still argue provided for viable projects. So I looked at a 30-degree daylight plane, also measured at 16 feet above the property line. And that's the green mark you see here. I think there are really two notable differences between the 30 and the 45-degree options here. One is that the 45-degree daylight plane reaches 36-foot height right at the setback limit, right at 20 feet from the property line, while the 30-degree plane only reaches 27 feet. So that's probably the difference between having 3 stories or 2 stories right at the setback limit. And I think that would be a big difference for people who are in the adjacent low-density residential zones. The other big difference is that the 45-degree plane hits the maximum height, 85 feet here, in just 69 feet from the property line. And that's really quite a bulk close by, while the 30-degree plane reaches 85 feet, about 120 feet from the property line. So that's substantially more roomy. After that point, both options allow the same amount of construction. So the real difference is in that first 120 feet. So let's have the next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend much time on this. This shows you how much buildable volume there is for each of those same 3 options. I should explain the numbers at the bottom are the distance from the property line. All right, let's go to the last slide now. This shows you the ratio of the other 2 options versus the 45-degree daylight plane. So if you plotted the 45-degree daylight plane, it'd be a red line up at the top. And the numbers on the vertical axis here are percentages. So this is how much of the largest option you get, depending on how deeply you build into the lot. What strikes me about this is that around 200 feet into the lot, the 30-degree daylight plane gives you 90% of what you could get from the 45-degree daylight plane. And it just goes up from there. One of the places these standards would apply is the Creekside lot. So that lot is 370 feet deep. So there is a lot of room there, and a 30-degree daylight plane is sufficient to build about 95% of what you could build with a 45-degree daylight plane. And it offers a better job of reducing the impacts on the low-density residential properties that are close to the property line. So if a 45-degree daylight plane is viable, then I think I would argue that so is the 30. And it offers more accommodation to the nearby properties. One other factor in this is the upper story setback. So my original thought was, well, perhaps you would want to trade off eliminating the upper story setback in order to make the 30-degree daylight plane even more attractive. But those two things don't have to be connected. So they can be treated independently. So I've examined just a few options. There are plenty of others. But I wanted to throw these out here with the actual numbers in the drawing so that you could see what some of these other options look like. Okay, that's it for me.
So then we're going to hear from Commissioner G, then Templeton, then Heckman.
Thank you. Ms. Iceberg, did you get a chance to pull out those lot map? Maybe wrong slide.
Ms. Iceberg, we see slide 16, which is the list. There we go.
Okay, I think it's just lagging.
Yes. So this was a map that was in the packet in December, and it breaks down parcel sizes. It doesn't show you exactly what you're looking for, but 10,000 square feet is just a little under 0.25 acres. So a 10,000 square foot lot is this lightest taupey color. It's going to be under that limit if I zoom in a little bit. So these darker taupey colors are over 10,000 or 11,000 square feet, and the lightest are under.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. I just want to say that I am in favor of providing the incentives based on this. Thank you. I guess I'll also now just comment on each of the items on packet page 206, like my fellow commissioners. On the daylight plane, I agree with Chair Chang that the 45 is a little bit uncomfortable, but I am pretty excited about Vice Chair Aiken's diagram. Maybe we should be having more commissioner presentations in the future featuring Vice Chair Aiken. But I think that I'm pretty open to the idea of the 30-degree daylight plane, given that it already includes about 90%, 95% of the buildable area. And personally, I already do live behind a building that does use a 45-degree daylight plane. And it's a couple stories tall, and so I am really empathetic towards not having the 45-degree right behind an R1 or someone's residential neighborhood. Regarding the height trend, so it kind of in tandem with that, I would be in support of removing the height transitions. Now, going over the upper story setback, I want to comment, and I think I read this somewhere in the staff report or in Ms. Iceberg's previous presentations, but I did see that the height in Mountain View is 65 feet and in Los Altos is 60 feet. And that may contribute to the feeling that you're able to have more of a feeling of it not being as much of a canyon, given that the building is lower than the height that we're providing here. And personally, I'll defer to the ARB's expertise on the upper story setback. In their extended discussion from their meeting in December, they'd expressed this 10-foot setback at 55 feet with the 70% facade, and I am inclined to believe that that as well. And then I had a question about on packet page 213 on the rear and interior side setbacks. It says here that the base regulation is based on code 18.13.040. I'm just trying to understand, and this is a question probably for staff, what is the most restrictive and least restrictive for the zones provided on the right now anyway? So for example, I think my question is, if we're going to set everything abutting a low density residential 20 feet, what's the range of possibilities that is for if you were to build right now for that section, for the abutting another residential zone, basically for each of these subsections? I just want to know what we're changing it from to this value here.
Yes. So what we're trying to do here is standardize the setbacks for the focus area. And what we're showing in the right-hand column are the setbacks that currently apply to the CS, CN, CC zones. And that is generally the zone you see along El Camino and in the focus area. However, we do have a site that's zoned Research Park, RP, and within the research park, there are 20-foot setbacks required everywhere. So that for that parcel, that's an example of a setback that would be going from 20 feet at the street side and the front and the rear and the interior to these setbacks that are shown here.
Thank you, that's helpful. So just to clarify, is that the only instance that we're seeing exceptions? Or what is the range, right? So for example, let's say, I don't know, there's another zone that says that we could build against low density residential has a 50-foot setback. Like, I'm just trying to understand what we're changing from to whatever the set is here.
All the other sites in the focus area that are on, there's some PC zones on El Camino. So that's a little bit different and would vary. And then the RM zones are generally on the backside of, they don't front on El Camino, they're on the backside of a commercial zoned parcel. So those setbacks could currently be 10 or 20 feet on the RMs. I'd have to look it up actually. But some of those RM zones, and I could tell you, might be changing, but it wouldn't be any of the front setbacks. It would be a rear or an interior or a street side yard.
So the answer of the question is, it's the only main one is the RP zone?
No, I think she said she was going to look it up. It
I'm
would vary for some of the RMs because the setback for like a medium density or higher density might be changing from 10. So she'll look it up.
And then I have a question. Also, I think, Chair, you had mentioned something about 12 feet sidewalk and then 5 feet street side setback. How do those interplay?
I think staff has it figured out. I mean, maybe staff should answer.
Wait, oh, sorry. So I guess my question is so it's like 12 feet of sidewalk and then a 5 feet setback beyond the 12 feet sidewalk? No?
No, so on El Camino, there's a requirement that the setback can vary, but it needs to create an effective sidewalk width of 12 feet. So depending on where the property line lands, it requires a 12-foot sidewalk. And the property line could land somewhere in that sidewalk, and maybe you have some kind of public access easement if you needed it. The street side setback, which would typically be around the corner on a street that's perpendicular to El Camino, would be a 5-foot setback.
I see. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think those are all of my comments. Thank you.
While we're asking about the setbacks and the variations, for the street side setback, what was it before? Or what's the range that it was before? Right, because right now we're saying it's going to be just a uniform 5 feet for any street that comes off of El Camino. It would be a 5 feet setback on that side. What would it have been?
Well, so that's the setback that applies in the CN, CC, and CS zone. So for most of those parcels, that's the current street side setback. However, for that RP zone, the RP zone otherwise requires a 20-foot setback. So these focus area standards modify that and say street side setback on the RP can be 5 feet instead of 20.
Okay, and then this staff recommendation or the ordinance as written on page 213, when it says street side setback, it's not making reference to anything like the special setback on Hanson, which we would discuss later. Is that correct?
That's right. So any other special setbacks would still apply.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So then we'll go, Commissioner G, did you finish? Okay, so then Commissioner Templeton and then Heckman.
Thank you. This is a question for staff. As I listen to the discussions about what we're going to do here, I hear a lot of differentiation between building next to R1 or low density housing and other areas. And I'm looking here at the existing focus area, and as Vice Chair Aiken mentioned, this includes a major development that is planned in a neighborhood. Why is that there? Why is that part of this original group? Do you have any history about that? Why do we want to, why is staff asking us to create a blanket uniform zoning along El Camino when some of the properties are commercial and some are abutting low density housing?
Well, I can start by pointing to the daylight plane as actually one of those regulations that's being proposed that is specifically for those sites that are adjacent to low density residential, that is the reason and where this daylight plane would apply.
And it wouldn't apply to other parts of like the northern 2/3 of that.
I'm going to pass it back to Jean Einsberg to see what else she might have to share on this. But my understanding is that that is particularly meant to add that extra level of protection and transition for those low density housing neighborhoods.
Okay.
That's right. And part of this was written into the housing element program that we wanted to look at height, that calls for looking at those height transitions or daylight planes. And the setback is sort of similar. There's a distinction between adjacencies to low density residential in the existing CNCS.
I'm sorry to interject here. I'm not asking what a daylight plane is or where are we going to use it. I'm asking why is something that's adjacent to R1 being in this existing focus area block? And I know we're talking about expanding it, but I'd like to understand, is it just because it happens to be along El Camino and next to these other things that are?
No, so I can respond to that.
Thanks.
The reason it was in the original focus area, and it remains, is there's a builder's remedy project on that site. And so, under the builder's remedy, we wouldn't be able to enforce any transition or daylight plane. And so we created this focus area to try to entice them to provide one.
Okay, and would this apply to any other part? Would this daylight plane question apply to any other part of this existing focus area?
It's proposed to apply only when there's an adjacency to low density residential.
A direct adjacency, not like it would be visible from the backyard kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and then part of this discussion then is these other properties that happen to also be along El Camino, some of which are builder's remedy, but some of which are just other stuff?
Yeah, so those are included because, if we were going to be allowing tall, dense, development on one parcel and then maybe two parcels over, it didn't make sense to skip over, the other ones along El Camino.
Yeah, this is interesting because it really puts the city in a bind if we were to paint the entirety of El Camino with one brush. And I understand that's what you're asking us to do. But I think you can also preview from the discussions we've been having that that's going to be a pretty long battle or substantially different than perhaps what you had in mind. So I'm just trying to think this through if we have any kind of ways forward here. And it sounds like we don't, because the idea is to make sure everyone who has a property on El Camino has the same rights to build. But the other side of that coin is everybody who bought a property that they're living in, a block off of El Camino, is going to have less rights to how they're enjoying their property. And so it's a bit of a difficult situation because we won't have the ability to customize as necessary. And we will all be able to think of a bunch of edge cases. So now I'm thinking about Vice Chair. This is another question for staff about Vice Chair's presentation. Did you guys vet any of that? Because as Commissioner G mentioned, I mean, if that's cool, I think we're all going to bring our stuff. So like, what is the process here for how we make our decisions? Is staff providing the kind of analytical tools that we need in order to make good recommendations?
So I think Ms. Eisberg can speak to how the 45-degree recommendation came about. I understand it was a compromise to get for that staff recommendation to be developed.
Right. And a lot of it came out of the conversation with the Architectural Review Board, who we looked to for some of these details, and the Planning Commission asked to look at some of these details. So we had a 60-degree daylight plane and the height transition previously. And so again, removing that height transition and creating a more strict daylight plane by reducing it to 45 degrees was seen as that balance between the two.
Sorry, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking if we are making recommendations based on the presentation of Vice Chair Aiken or based on staff. And if we're basing it on that presentation, did staff verify and validate what we're looking at, which I think he's a great engineer and I have no reason to doubt him, but I can imagine scenarios in the future where this could get out of hand. So I'm just trying to understand what is the relationship here. Because I'm confident, know this man, I'm sure he has asked you this stuff, and he ended up providing this material because he couldn't get it from staff. I'm speculating.
Yeah, maybe I should step in staff's defense. So we did talk about this at pre-meeting, and I sent questions in several days before. So it wasn't a surprise, but I saw this as a way for me to explain to the rest of the commission what I had in mind.
Oh, I think it's fabulous. And I wish that we would have more things like that from staff. And that's sort of where I'm going here. But I need to know if I can rely on those and to what extent. So if there was a follow-up and we made a decision based on those graphs, there's no repercussions or consequences for you because you're not staff, right? How do we own what data we're basing our decisions and recommendations on?
Yeah, I guess it's no different from any other quantitative decision that we make, right? We could say we like the 45-degree daylight plane or we like the 60-degree daylight plane better. And in any case, it's a recommendation that goes on to council regardless of vetting by staff.
Well, I understand that. And I think that goes without saying. So I understand that we own our votes. What I'm asking is, does staff own the material that's being presented? And I'm pushing back a little bit on this, not because you did anything wrong, which I actually really like graphs and charts. I love it. I wish we could have more of this, but I feel just for a moment, because we're going to spend the next how many ever hours talking about this particular chart, that I regret that it is not something that staff has provided and or vetted.
And I will step in now and just share from a staff's perspective. There are infinite options for any situation like this. And it is very common for us to come to a meeting and to have a suggestion from a member of the public, an advocate, a neighbor, or one of the commissioners. And that is why we've got a diversity of experience among the commission. And so staff does work to provide you a staff report with information and data. And if we get comments ahead of time, we do work to be prepared to respond to those and have as much information as we can. But we aren't able to vet everything. And so we may not be able to confirm the information about, 90% of the building volume that was in one of those graphs. But the way that it was shown, based on my experience with graphs, does appear to be accurate. And I think it gives, rather than a precise analysis, it still can be used to inform the discussion among the commission. And we would be happy to take your recommendation forward with the 30-degree. And if there's some investigation.
We're not recommending it, we're discussing it. So just to be clear about that. So let's.
If we get there. But if there is work that staff can do to verify something as part of then presenting a recommendation to council, as we've done in the past, we are happy to do that.
So Vice Chair said he showed you this information before in the pre-meeting?
So he did provide us some of his questions in advance, as some of the commissioners have done in the past, when he had questions from reviewing it. And we did take a look. We did talk a little bit about the possibility of the 30-degree daylight plane, as he knew that that was something he was going to suggest tonight.
So I'm also just going to cut in here for a moment. The fact that this is a presentation, I think that's a bit extreme. It's not a presentation. It's a aid, just as city council sometimes has the motion shown up on screen so that we all know what we're talking about. This particular idea, I encouraged Commissioner Aiken to show it because a picture says 1,000 words, and that way he can talk to it. So I don't think that the intention in this case ever was that staff was going to vouch for the information. This is information that Commissioner Aiken is vouching for, and he is using to try and explain to us why he would put forward a particular recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I completely understand that. That is not the question I'm asking. What I'm trying to ask is thinking about forecasting forward what Commissioner G said, is we should all bring it. Should we all? Is this what we're going to do now? And so we need to think about that, and it's worth having a little 5-minute discussion about it. And so I appreciate your indulgence in having this commentary, because I like this kind of discussion, and having something factual to base our discussion on is helpful. The question is, in this day and age, we have to determine what is factual, right? If I didn't know Commissioner Aiken, if it was some person I hadn't had a relationship with over years of understanding that he's very good at this stuff, how would I know what to do with this information? So I wanted to put the question out there and spend a few minutes on it. We can move on.
Thank you. And the staff has also asked us about a retreat, and this is something that we could also discuss in a retreat. All right. Where were we? So I think we have Commissioner Heckman next, and then Commissioner Peterson.
Okay, thank you. So I didn't mention standardized setbacks before from the list on page 206. I am supportive of standardizing those setbacks. I want to go back for a minute to something I did discuss, and that is related to the BMR distribution, which is referenced on 208, and I had earlier commented, I like the idea of limiting that to just the existing builder's remedy projects. Ms. Eisberg showed us a diagram where she circled, I think there were 8 stars. She circled 4 of them. Those are the builder's remedies. The others are for existing applications. And then Mr. Yang made an interesting point in response to something else about how essentially we might want to have a level playing field, with the rules on this site should be the same as 2 doors down. And so I'm going to sort of amend the thought here that maybe if we're going to allow this new staggered BMR concept in a limited way, maybe it should be for those 8 stars. So the 4 builders remedy projects and the other 4 applications, which maybe they're I don't know if they're just, I don't know if all of those have been determined to be complete, but anyway, it's something to discuss because we saw they're all in fairly close proximity. And so I just think it's something we should discuss. And then the other thing I didn't talk about earlier was the refined daylight plane. And if Ms. Dow, if you can pull up Vice Chair Aiken's diagrams, I'd like to actually, I think they're very useful, notwithstanding the admittedly open question about their accuracy, which if we were going to use them to make a finite decision, I think that would be important. I really took them as sort of visual brainstorming by the vice chair, and I thought it was really interesting and helpful. But I will mention before I go to the third one with the wavy lines. That one, yeah, I'll start with that one. But I did note that a number of my fellow commissioners indicated that the ARB got it right when they talked about the 10-foot setback on the El Camino side, but they got it wrong when they talked about the steeper setback on the backside next to R1. And of course, what the combination, because they thought it should be less steep, more setback. And of course, what that does is that basically squeezes the building from both sides, which has the effect of reducing the possible number of units and or the size of units that can be built there. And so since the purpose of the focus area is to encourage residential units to be built, I think we have to balance these things. And I think we have to recognize that all places in Palo Alto where there are R1 residences are not created equal. You know, in my house on Channing, I can hear the freeway from my bedroom window. That's just the product of its location. Other people farther in don't hear that. But some people are right next to El Camino. And El Camino, it's, you know, has always been the place where we're going to have more massing over time. It's just the nature of that road that runs from San Francisco to San Diego. So when we're looking at the daylight plane, and this has been, you know, a fertile area for discussion at many of our planning commission items. But when I look at this, and so, you know, what I see at first blush with the item we're looking at now is this, you know, the green line is this modified 30% line that Vice Chair Aiken has hypothesized for us. And so when you look at this, what you see is, well, look, you can build, you know, most of this box is buildable, right? It's everything under the green line. And the only thing you can't build is what's above the green line.
That's not what this diagram is.
Okay.
That's the earlier diagram.
Going to take me
back to.
Well, isn't it the percentages though?
It's the percentage of the 45-degree daylight plane, not the percentage of. Well, you have to have some denominator for the ratio that you're choosing to represent, and I could have used the 60-degree daylight plane as the basis, but I think that one is defunct now.
Okay, but if you go back to the wavy one, didn't you say that the 45 isn't that a flat line across the top?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So versus 45 degrees, that would be 100% all the way.
So the point I want to make is that what we're missing here is the difference between cost and profit. And what if I told you that green line represents the cost to build this thing, and the area between the green line and the flat line on top, which is the red line, that's a builder's profit. And if they can only build up to the green line, they won't build because there's no profit. Now, I'm not saying that's true. I don't know. But what I do know is we have received a number of public comments from builders that talk about the feasibility of projects. And so I think it's risky for us to pick any daylight plane without understanding whether we are creating a surmountable or insurmountable obstacle to actually having the development, which is the whole purpose of us spending, the last 2 hours and maybe another hour and a half talking about just this item. Now if you go, the other thing that struck me here, if you go back to that one, is what Vice Chair Aiken has done is shown us sort of one possible other way to do this, and there's a whole range of things in between and on either side, and that I think is fascinating. ARB recommended the red line. I'm not wedded to it, but I do think in the limited area here of this El Camino Real focus area, we should be thinking a little more, a higher, call it a higher degree than we might in other areas because of the density we're trying to pack along El Camino. So I don't know that the answer is 45 or 30. I think it may, along El Camino, be something in between. And I don't know that we can get there tonight, because I think we might need more information about finding something that does strike the right balance between protecting the R1 neighbors behind and having a standard that developers can and will build to.
So I'm just going to interject right here before we go on to Commissioner Peterson, just to remind us all of the context of this staff recommendation, which is that this would apply only to lots that back onto R1, of which there are exactly one right now on the table. So, and the reason we're even discussing that one is because it was included in the El Camino Real focus group because of the builder's remedy application. So I just wanted to remind us, right? Because it doesn't affect all the other parcels. It's just this one that has the unique situation of impacting the neighbors. And so, and kind of granted, who knows what's going to happen in the future and whether we expand the El Camino Real focus area to other sites, but at least the city council excitement about this was like, here's an area where we're really happy to give this 85, highest buildings in the city, essentially, because it doesn't abut R1. So I just wanted to provide that context. It's not necessarily as far-reaching a recommendation, at least at this stage in time, with the El Camino focus area being defined as it is. So, Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. So this is a question for staff, and it's essentially a bit like my other question. It was just a data question. And I'm assuming maybe a GIS or GIS or whatever you call those is an overlay. And what I'd like to see is the pedestrian traffic overlaid with the corridor. I assume it's El Camino, so I'm pretty sure it's probably completely saturated with pedestrian planning. But we had was it 2 meetings ago? We looked at the pedestrian plan. I don't think it's finalized or anywhere like that, but maybe if you have something preliminary that we can just to verify that yes, there is, it does overlap.
Thank you for that question. This is the kind of request that I'd suggest you send in advance. It's not the kind of thing that we can present kind of or prepare or pull up on the fly during a meeting. We can look into it. I also don't know if we have volume numbers. There was some information I know in the bike ped master plan about what routes were going to be used for different purposes, bike lanes, other kinds of things like that. But I'm not sure the exact volume information that's there. So.
And then of course I'll send another email with the request specifically is that overlap because the pedestrian walkway is going to cross into the Mountain View jurisdiction at the south end to be able to access the San Antonio Railroad, which usually jurisdictions, a lot of times you just paint an invisible line at the boundary and you wouldn't necessarily map through the Mountain View jurisdiction the pedestrian walkway. I mean, if you did, that's really good. But that's probably the walkability path I'd be most interested in seeing, because it does note in the map that is the only section that's probably applicable to residential development because of its proximity to the Caltrain station on the south side.
Right, and that south side near to Mountain View, that's not part of what's recommended tonight. That's pretty far away from California Avenue, right?
Oh, we're just on the California Avenue?
I mean, it's the proposed area for the expansion of the focus area. So the El Camino Real focus area is those sites that are near to California Avenue with some expansions, but we are limited at this time due to the
Ms. Eisberg, could you just
environmental
pull up the map again to
Yeah.
refresh us all so that members of the public who are
green
listening
boxes,
can
right?
also.
Yeah, so
we're focused on the green boxes.
Right, so we can
Oh.
bring the map back up as to what's proposed.
Yeah.
But it really is a minor expansion at this time, because if we go beyond what was discussed in the housing element, the environmental review would have to be expanded.
And then while you're bringing up the map there, I did ask this question on purpose because I knew your answer would probably be that, these are questions to bring up before. And I am hearing from my colleagues that, this is a question where, and I did notice you have a degree in computer science, that we have incredible talent here, but we were essentially, I think if it was, 2005, I'd be looking at the same slide in front of me of an outline of a street. And I don't know if Commissioner Aiken, I guess we're all using your example of your great data work, but having been worked on staff as well, I understand the resources are always limited, but there's some way that if we could assist staff in making the case that, you have more of a tech budget or something like that to help out. I mean, even like a GIS overlay, you don't even have that necessarily on the fly, which is the easiest.
Yeah, and I guess the additional context that I would provide is there are certain regulations in terms of efforts to provide information in advance of the meeting, both for the commissioners and for the public to be able to have time to think about it and review. And so making sure that we get as much as possible into the packet. If there is additional information that's requested and we have the capacity to prepare something, we're always open to those requests and providing them if possible.
Okay, maybe something for the retreat that was mentioned earlier. Okay, the expansion area.
So you can see here that the area outlined in blue is at the existing. So we're not proposing any changes to that except for the development regulations. And then the areas that are filled in pink are the expansion areas. So you can see that while it is south of Page Mill Road, there's the area expanding up to and around California Avenue, and then a few parcels farther south of the existing, but not near the Mountain View border.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Templeton and then G.
Thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate the engagement we've had on this, and especially I'm thinking about the comments from Commissioner Heckman and Chair Chang, like trying to understand this recommendation in the context. One of the concerns that I have that Chair Chang alluded to is what does it mean if we make a recommendation now for the future recommendations, and how do we deal with that? Because, we're about to experience a knowledge loss on our commission with the Commissioner Suma leaving. And so we have to think about, that's always going to happen. We're always going to have that rotating knowledge base. So we have to think about that and understand it in those terms. And that's one of the reasons I'm asking. I'm trying to look ahead. And then to Commissioner Heckman, just wanted to say, I really appreciate your comments too, because it helped me articulate what I'm trying to get at with the discussion about who is owning this part of the presentation that we really like and are engaged with, the presenter or staff. And the reason is because the presenter can only do what they have envisioned. And one thing that staff does is can show it from multiple angles, so to speak. Anyway, so, and then to Commissioner Peterson, like, what if this was a tool that we had that we could play around with? What are the different numbers if we change this input and that output? And I realize that's a complete stretch for staff, and I'm not asking you to do it, but I'm trying to explain why it's important to think about how this information is presented, because right now we're all going to be talking about one vision that was presented to us really well and that is competing with the vision in staff report, and not intentionally. It just happens to be those are the pieces of data we have, right?
And I will say that I do believe that similar diagrams with the daylight plane and the step backs, that has been part of information that staff has provided in the past.
Yes.
But I agree that this.
And we like it.
Right. And so this is great feedback. We always welcome that feedback.
That is the intention. Thank you for helping us all arrive at that particular point. So that's what I wanted to say for now about that. The last thing here is one of the things that my friend Commissioner Heckman said has raised my hackles a bit. While everybody does have issues and all properties are not the same in terms of how they're enjoyed, one thing that people that live close to El Camino or in South Palo Alto experience is less care can be taken on doing the zoning in these areas because they are not necessarily bringing the same cachet to the decision makers. So the reason that we need to talk about it is because it is sometimes the less represented voices, right, are in certain areas. If I look at El Camino and I look at the houses that are going to be disrupted, and I look north of Page Mill, there's not as many houses that are going to be affected by building on El Camino than in the south part of Palo Alto. And that not applying any intention to your comment, but just wanted to say it's important to talk about that because this is a historically underrepresented group of homeowners or occupants. And so that's why I want to make sure we're taking extra care on this decision-making that will affect them differently than other people in Palo Alto. Thanks.
Chair Chang has left briefly, but we can move along, she said, to perhaps let's hear from Commissioner G, and then it will be a good time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Aiken. I actually really want to echo Commissioner Templeton's comments. As someone who lives in South Palo Alto, I definitely have a lot of strong feelings about this. In particular, that's one of the reasons I feel like almost everyone except Commissioner Peterson knows that I have myself literally brought diagrams of daylight planes as a member of the public to this commission. So I'm extremely sensitive towards daylight plane issues and also the importance of a very good diagram. I think those are incredibly useful visual aids. So those are my comments around that. And then also kind of segueing into the upper story setback, I don't have any particular numbers on it, and I'll defer to the ARB's expertise, but as someone who walks a lot on El Camino because I live near El Camino. I do think I am a little bit worried about the canyon effect, and if the ARB is saying that this is the amount of upper story setback that they'd recommend, that's what I'm using there on the front side. And on the back side, referring to Commissioner Heckman's comments, I'm using my lived experience behind a 45-degree daylight plane as the reference, as opposed to the ARB recommendation there. So just in summary, using the ARB recommendation for something I'm not familiar with, and I'll defer to their expertise, and for the daylight plane, using my personal lived experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner G. I think it's time for us to take a quick break. So let's take it's 8:34. Let's take a 7-minute break and we'll be back soon. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So I had a comment before we called our little break. And where I wanted to respond to things that a couple different commissioners said. One, I think Commissioner Templeton had said in my next round of comments to please expand a bit on my heartburn over the on waiving development fees for units that are 120 are at 125% of AMI. And so that is because broadly, if the units are very small, the rent, whether the unit is very small or very large, assuming it's the same number of bedrooms, the same amount of rent can be charged based on state affordability law, like the state definition of the amount of rent that is allowed to be charged. So what we found and what we've seen is that 120, providing incentives in Palo Alto specifically for affordability at 120% of AMI, that the rent that can be charged is actually, can be higher even than the rent that will be charged for a larger unit by virtue of the number of bedrooms and how the rent is set. And so that's but what we want for Palo Alto, I believe, is like a wide range of types of units, right? We might want some studios, but we also want some 3 bedrooms, and gee, it'd be fantastic if we had affordable housing with 4 bedrooms. And so I am concerned that because Palo Alto is different from the state as a whole, where area median income is set based on the county's area median income, and our county has a very high area median income. And we also, because we have so many high-tech jobs here. And then as a result, all sorts of other valuable members of society cannot afford to live here at that 120% of median if they don't have that tech job, for example. That's a generalization. And so my concern is that for us as what the state decides to do, we can't do anything about. But the waiving of development fees is something that Palo Alto specifically does in its own ordinance to incentivize below market rate housing. But because of where our median income is, I think that we need, I'm leery of the 120% of area median income, because in our rental market and with our area median income, what we see is that 120% is often effectively market rate if the unit is a small unit. Right? It's different if it's a 4-bedroom unit versus if it is a studio unit. So that was just what I was saying there. Okay. My other comment, there are a couple other comments made by commissioners. I'm a little bit concerned about eliminating, there was a public comment about eliminating setbacks for underground parking. I think I would need more staff evaluation on that, because we saw in our last BTC meeting that there can be implications that we don't understand. And then there was a suggestion, like an idea, not a suggestion. I wouldn't go so far as to say a suggestion from Commissioner Heckman, suggesting that perhaps we would want to, if we extended the AB 1893 affordability thresholds to the builder's remedy sites, that we might want to do so for any other application that's in process. And I wouldn't support that, primarily because those other applications that are in process kind of indicate to us that they can do something that's plenty feasible without builder's remedy. So I don't see the need to give them what people who have builder's remedy would have. So that would be my rationale for that. And Let me see, there's one more comment here. And there's one more comment that Commissioner Heckman made, which I think is interesting. You know, he said that there's one comment he said where we were looking at the wavy line that Vice Chair Aiken had drawn up. And he said, suppose the green line, we don't, what's missing from that is the costs, and that we don't have it and that we don't know what it is. That is absolutely correct. I completely agree with your statement there. We don't know, and we never do see the financials of any projects that are here. And yes, we do hear over and over again from applicants or public comments that it's not feasible without. However, in the same way that we were sort of saying, well, how can I trust what somebody says if I don't have a long history with them? Without the information, I don't, I'm not going to say whether it's true or not true, but I don't know. And, if I were a public commenter, I certainly am going to make a public comment that is in my favor. So I take, all public comments with a grain of salt, but I do think there's a difference when you have somebody who's significant financial incentive. So that's just, I take it with a grain of salt. So with that, I'm not seeing other lights, and what I wanted to do.
Through the chair.
Oh, yes.
If I may, I was going to offer to summarize kind of the general areas of general consensus that I have heard from the PTC so far.
Great, yeah, so I was going to try and do that in the hopes that we can move a motion along, and if you've been taking better notes than I have, please, go ahead.
I will go ahead and take a stab at it, and then you all can correct me on anything I've missed.
Sorry,
So,
wait, Ms. Armour, may I just ask a question about the ordinance quickly? Is the setback that's listed currently in the ordinance, does that also apply to underground? I just am piggybacking off of Chair Chang's comment.
Correct. So the way that the city currently implements setbacks, it does apply both to above and below ground structures.
So the public comment that's asking for us to remove it would ask for a deviance from what is already presented here.
It would be a modification to what's there
Okay, thank
to
you. That's all.
specifically allow that. All right, so in going through the discussion items that we had up as a slide, but is also on page 209 of your packet from the last meeting, the proposed expansion area, I've heard general agreement that that's appropriate at this time. Future discussion of additional expansion potentially in the future. Under the development regulations, and I'm going to go back to the summary we provided on the previous page, or 2 pages back on 206 in the staff report. Most of these, there does seem to be general agreement. There's ongoing discussion about refining the daylight plane, but removal of the height transition, there was agreement on that. There's some discussion of the upper story step back, but there was then general agreement for the standardized setbacks, the incentives for consolidation, and incentives for BMR units.
Quick question, did we ever hear back from, I don't think we heard back from Ms. Eisberg about the setbacks, did we? Because I think she was going to look them up. There was a question from the commission about what the variance was from what's proposed in the ordinance, like what's the current state of variance?
Okay, so potentially some additional discussion of setbacks.
I think it was just informational piece. So,
Okay.
Ms. Eisberg?
Pause for a moment to see if she has that. Otherwise, I'll finish my summary and then we can come back to that question. Thank you for remembering that. So then, back at the list of items, there was still this discussion of affordable housing requirements. The 20% required to be affordable, is that something that the commission wants to recommend a change to? And there have been a number of ideas that have been put forth on that. So that's what I have as listed as remaining: the daylight plane, the step back, and the affordable housing requirements, but general consensus and agreement with staff recommendation on the others.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ms. Eisberg, did you want to answer the question?
Yes, so in addition to the RP zone that I mentioned. The other setbacks that would change are in the RM zone. And that would really just be the side yard and the rear yard. And so those depend in the RM zones depend on lot width. So they're generally 6 to 10 feet currently. And what we're talking about here, depending on whether it's a residential use or its adjacencies, are 10 to 20 feet.
So does that mean that would be an increase?
Generally about the same. So it's generally 10 feet if abutting a residential zoning district, 20 feet if it's abutting an R1 district. So that would actually be an increase.
Thank you. I get the gist. Thank you.
Yeah, but it sort of depends on the condition.
Okay, so just go
Chair,
ahead.
I also just had a follow-up on your earlier question, or when I indicated I would look into the commercial FAR that's allowed. It's not as clearly stated as we would like, but it's staff's intention that it not exceed the base district commercial FAR. So we will make that more clear in the next draft.
So would it make sense for us to just quickly make a motion to address the things that we already have agreed on, so we can take those off the table and then we can go back and resume discussion about the rest?
That'd be great.
All right, so do we have a motion? Would somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion. So going off what was recently said, I motion that on this item, we move to remove the height transition pending our next motion on daylight plane. We move to standardize the setbacks that are provided here. We also move to provide incentives for consolidation. Are those the three items, Ms. Armour, that we had reached
I
consensus?
think the fourth one was just on the expansion.
Oh, on the expansion of the zone. Oh.
We agree with the expansion, yeah.
Yeah, we agree with the expansion of that's proposed about the tier 1 sites.
So staff recommendation on all those items?
Yes, that's my motion.
All right, so I had 4 development items. I had the height transition, standardized setbacks, incentives for consolidation, and incentives for BMR units.
Commissioner Heckman, did you have any additional discussion on that, or did you want to add that to this motion?
No, this is a different one that she's talking about than I was. This is, I think, the waiver at 80% or below.
Okay, so yes,
Yeah.
I'll add the 80% and below to this motion.
So we have a second? Or actually, let me just help with this motion. I would also like to explicitly add what Mr. Yang was talking about, where we want to emphasize that the office FAR is subject to the underlying.
Correct.
The underlying
FAR regulations, yeah.
I accept the amendment.
But we actually need I think that was part of the motion, so
Oh,
now we need a
yes.
second.
Yeah, so I will second that motion, mostly described by Commissioner G and augmented by our chair.
Okay, do we have, it looks like they're, Commissioner Thompson?
I just wanted a clarification. At first I thought we were doing staff recommendation, but it sounds like we made some changes and I kind of got lost in the discussion. Was there any changes?
It's staff recommendation on everything, but there was also an unwritten staff recommendation that Mr. Yang suggested, which was that it's staff's intention that office built on these within the El Camino Real focus area is subject to the FAR limitations and the base zoning.
Okay, thanks.
I don't see any lights, so why don't we vote on that, please, Ms. Dow?
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Great. Okay, so now we have Why don't we just take them one at a time? The first item to speak about is the daylight plane in the El Camino Real focus area when the parcel is adjacent to an R1, and probably just to be safe, we should just say low density residential property. If anybody has comments, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, question. So going off of something that the chair mentioned a little bit earlier, that this is really a pretty very limited universe. And I'm wondering if Ms. Eisberg can pull up that map with the stars on it again, because I think the chair is right that there's only one piece of the potential expansion zone, one edge of it that's next to R1, and then across El Camino, there's one that's next to R2. I was able to look at that, and I just want to see if we can locate where those are.
We might need to zoom in a bit.
Yeah. So what I'm curious about is whether in either of those, first of all, I'm curious, the one that's next to R1, is that the subject of a currently pending builder's remedy application? And I think it's the one that's farthest to the right on the bottom side of El Camino. Yeah. Oh, that's not, the one in orange is, which one? Yeah, where is the R1 in relation to these projects?
So the beige areas
right
on the small, those are all R1 zones. So this is the only site right now that's abutting R1, and this is an existing builder's remedy application.
Okay, so what I want to ask, so what we're talking about here is in our regulations, what should our daylight plane be regarding that site? And there's an existing builder's remedy application, and I'm curious about what is proposed in that builder's remedy application in terms of its interface with the R1. Is there any daylight plane? Is it 45? Is it 30? Is it something different? Do we have that information?
So what they've submitted in their comment letter to the commission is a proposal that they resubmitted. My understanding is at the beginning of March. And so that's designed around this 60-degree daylight plane that currently exists within the draft ordinance.
Help me out. Is that
the question about the builder's remedy application? There is a 3-story townhome development that's proposed near that end of the parcel that's adjacent to R1. But I don't know what the setback and the height is, so we couldn't speak to, if there's any daylight plane or what kind of daylight plane it conforms to.
Yeah, just to resolve an ambiguity, there have been several different proposals with different different daylight plane configurations. So I don't know which one is most current, nor do I understand exactly the implications of the public comment. But I know I've seen a 45-degree measured at 10 feet above the property line and a 60-degree measured at 16 feet above the property line. And there may be others because I didn't check them all. So it's a little hard to tell what is essential in order to make the project financially feasible. And I didn't understand the public comment in that respect. Perhaps someone else did.
okay? So I guess my point is, as to this site, if we're talking about 45, 30, something else, and it really only applies to this site, the builder's remedy doesn't have to have any daylight plane. And so we should think about it in that context, that, and whether we'll just, draw a line in the sand that, a majority of this commission just doesn't like 45. And so we're going to say something lower, even if it means on this site, the builder will choose not to take the incentives, right? And so that's a choice we can make. And then across, across El Camino, slightly to the south, is another blue star. That is next to R2, I think. And so I wanted to find out if in the staff report, the discussion is we're only looking at this daylight plane in relation to R1, but staff just mentioned R2. So I just want to clarify, do we also need to be concerned about the one across the street that's next to R2, but not R1?
So what the draft ordinance says, it creates this new daylight plane when adjacent to an R1 zone.
Okay.
But for other locations references existing standards. So the existing standard, when you're adjacent to an R2, it would default to that standard.
Okay, all right. So it does seem like this is a single site,
Right.
the issue. Okay.
And I can provide additional input that the current, most recent proposal on that site is proposing townhomes at the rear end. And so it is stepping up to be taller, closer to El Camino. And so how that exactly would relate to these different daylight planes, I don't have that information, but I can say that that already is, at least in part, being accommodated by what currently is proposed.
Thanks.
Yes,
Um,
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember this coming before us, and we looked at the first slide that Commissioner Aiken brought in with the square, with the current rules. So I'm going to very confidently postulate that if we make a decision tonight, it'll change that proposal, right? Like, the rules would change and they wouldn't have to be putting townhomes in the back, right?
So I believe, so while there are townhomes, I think they are still at least 3-story townhomes. And so relying on the 60-foot or 60-degree angle.
I see.
And so if we were to implement a lower angle than that, and they chose to use this process or these new regulations, then yes, it is likely to affect the design.
Okay, so thank you for that. What I'm trying to get at is hypothetically, is this an end run around the kind of discussion we were having before? And if so, are we being asked to to input on the design of one aspect of a project, a single project, and we're making this decision tonight affecting a single project without the whole project in front of us? Is that what's happening?
I'll let Mr. Yang step in, because as you all know, talking about a project that will be coming before you in the future is not something that we should be getting into. It has been a useful example in terms of knowing the current.
But that's exactly my
broadness.
point.
Yes. I
Because
agree.
that's what you're asking us to decide tonight, and I'm concerned about the legality of it. So please do weigh in, Mr. Yang.
Yeah, so we are asking the commission to decide what standards they would like to offer in this scenario where you have a property that is adjacent to R1. It's true right now there's only one property, but we're not discussing the specific project. It's okay, you can have that project in mind as you're considering these standards. And it makes sense to, because, you know, as with the original iteration of the focus area, this one, you know, the expanded version also is seeking to, you know, incentivize people to not use the builder's remedy.
Thank you for that answer. There are two commissioners up here who haven't seen that project. And so I'm just throwing that out there as a piece of information, because if this is the only site that this applies to, and there's an existing project, and we'll be seeing it again. It feels like this is very dangerous for us, and I don't understand why. I heard your legal response, and I accept that that is the position of the city. But my concern is that we're being asked to make a decision now that affects only one property without looking at the project on that property, and it seems very special.
Well, I guess I'll just say, I don't believe that this project has ever come before the commission, and I'm not sure that there is a route by which it will in the future.
So I just wanted to comment that right now up on the screen, there's several tiers listed, right? Tier 1, which is the darkest pink, all the way to tier 4, which is one of the grays. And in the future, staff is going to be examining implications for potentially extending the El Camino Real focus area to the other tiers. So though there are plenty of sites on the other tiers that do back onto R1.
But we're being told that decisions tonight won't affect any of that.
They don't affect it right now. This is
it does it or does
if they
it
were
not?
added to the those sites were at, what we're deciding right now are the rules for the El Camino Real focus area. I see your point though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and are we deciding on just this little bit that we've been talking about the whole night and been told numerous times not to worry about the light pink and the tier 3 and 4 stuff? And like, is it in or is it out? Because that would affect a lot of things in our decision making.
I mean, I can't answer because we don't know, but it could be in, it could be out. Yeah, but so we could also decide, for example, that we don't want to make a decision on this. We don't want to make a change right now, but then we can't eliminate the height transitions because it has to go to something. So that definitely is something we could do.
I was not expecting you to answer. I was hoping staff could tell us whether it is in or out. Like if we make a decision tonight on tier 1, does that then somehow propagate to tiers 2 through 4 in the future?
So we can switch back to the map that shows the area that your previous motion included. So actually you had it on that previous page, I think here, that works as well. So the blue area is now recommended to be expanded to those properties filled in with pink. And so it would apply to those. Now, if at some point in the future, there is an effort to expand this focus area more, then these rules would apply to those, but that would be another opportunity to look at the rules and how they've been working. And so if it does get expanded to other properties that are adjacent to R1, at that time, there would likely also be a discussion about whether the daylight plane, however it ends up being adopted by council, is appropriate.
Will staff commit to bringing that back as part of the future agendized items for the future tiers?
If we expand to future tiers, I agreed that we should be talking about whether the regulations should be staying the same as well.
Thank you for clarifying.
Commissioner Peterson and then Commissioner G.
Is it possible to zoom in on because that's the site that has a creek running through it. I think it's going to be changed by the riparian corridor whenever that comes back as well. I think it's out of compliance.
A reminder that is an existing part of the focus area as well. So that's already in the focus area with the modified regulations.
What do you mean? The new creek setback?
So no, if we were going to zoom in on this map, the property that we've been talking about that is adjacent to single-family residential, as you can see, is within the blue area. And whether the new creek setbacks will apply to a redevelopment project on this site or not depends on the timing of completeness of that project.
And then another question, Those adjacent residential sites, are those actually built with permanent structures, or are those temporary module structures of some kind? Because those are incredibly strange looking lot lines. I mean, I'm not sure how they have access to the.
Those are
at least
flag
one.
lots, which is pretty common at the end of a bulb cul-de-sac there.
What are they called?
They're called flag lots. So basically you have a corridor that accesses the building area for the site. And so that the houses would be on the wider portion of those lots. It's pretty common at the end of a cul-de-sac with a bulb like that.
So those are permanent structures that are on those sites?
I do not know what's developed on those sites, but
Yes, they are
that is
homes.
what it looks like, yes.
Because if they're vacant, it'd make it kind of a little different.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows about the vacancy, but they are R1 sites. Okay, so Commissioner, does that conclude your, okay, Commissioner G?
Thank you. I just kind of want to bring it back to the discussion that we're having about the daylight plane. I recognize Commissioner Templeton's comments about what are we just talking about a single project, or we're talking about a group of projects? And in my opinion, I think that we should be I want to explicitly express support for the 30-degree that's been provided by Vice Chair Aiken. And I would like to see that applied here today, because for me, in principle, I think that that's the best way to preserve the daylight for the R1 neighborhood. So I'm just going to end my comments there. Regardless of the existing builder's remedy, whether or not there's one project, I'm sticking to my personal belief in that in general.
I don't see other, go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
Sorry. Would you be willing to reconsider that for future projects?
Can you be more explicit about the question?
Do you want the 30-degree angle to apply to all projects on El Camino?
I think that our buttoning on R1, that's my opinion right now.
Okay, so not just this one project, but all projects.
Yes, any of the future ones that are coming through that would have button R1, that would get added to this focus area potentially. So tier 2 through 4.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is my rationale for where I think a 30-degree, where I like this compromise. I understand that for R1 that is abutting a commercial zone, it is always difficult when a big building comes up next to it. That said, when people buy an R1 home that is next to a commercial zone, they know that it could always have the commercial, like whatever is allowed in the normal commercial development. In the one other example that I can think of where we saw a project with R1 abutting a commercial zone, when we heard from the public comments from the neighbors, what we heard was that a 30-degree daylight plane was something that they could live with. And so I'm basing my compromise data based on those. I mean, it was a different project, but a similar situation. Granted, right now, what's in existence is probably what most R1 folks would prefer, which is the height transitions, right? So nothing can, for a much larger distance, can be as high. So this, the 30 degrees is not as good, quote unquote, for the R1 neighbors. But I think it's a pretty good compromise. And we know that as a city, we do need to be able to densify. And so that's where if this were applied to the other parts of the El Camino Real focus group, I think it's a reasonable compromise. That said, I also only thought that the tier 1 and tier 2 sites should be added to the El Camino Real focus group. But not focus group, focus area. So, but that's why I think that with respect to wanting to remove the height transition, that means that we need to put something else in place. So what's the right thing to put in place? And this is why I arrive at the 30-degree line. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. So I think it sounds like we have agreement on removing the height transition and replacing it with some other angle. The debate is, what should the angle be? And so far tonight, we've discussed 60, 45, and 30. And I feel like I'm back in geometry class. Why not 40? Why not 39? Like, what is the magic of this number? I don't think any of us really know. None of us have actually thought it through. And we have had the luxury of having a beautiful model prepared for us, but it has two numbers, right? So we need to think about what are the alternatives. And, I would love to hear input from somebody who does gardening, who knows what happens when the sun goes to a certain angle. What is that angle? Does that affect your garden? We talk a lot about the light in the backyards, right? That's something we think about. That's something my neighbor asks about, and I've heard public comment about it, right? So is there a magic number? And is that 30? Is that 45? We need to understand that. So I'd love to hear any thoughts on that. Thank you.
If I may jump in and just provide an additional perspective, you did have a recommendation from the ARB, and they often do look at projects that have shadow studies. So while it's not specifically answering your question, but that was part of the input.
That's exactly the kind of wonderful, helpful information that is great input to our decision-making process. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to chime in on that?
Yeah, we have a bunch of other comments here. So let's go to Commissioner Peterson, then Aiken, then G.
You already stole the thought I have in the lighting study. I mean, it's pretty common to do daylighting analysis on buildings. To do a daylighting analysis on an entire corridor is probably not that far out of the question. This lot is on the south side of, well, I always forget which way El Camino is, but I think it's on the south side of El Camino, which means the sunlight would be coming from the other direction. So it probably wouldn't be blocking the light on the residences, I think.
Some parts of the day.
Well, because the sun would always be from the south. Okay, that's it.
Go ahead, Commissioner Aiken. Vice Chair Aiken.
I'll answer to either. So in fact, the code does have other daylight plane specifications. And other than the 1-to-1, 1-to-2 is also common. So that is not 30 degrees, it's very close. But that's the reason that I chose that one to examine, because we already had existence proof of that in the code. Let me see, there was one other comment. Yes, apropos comments from Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner Heckman. I would love to have the pro formas from these developers so we could see exactly what was financially feasible, but we never get them, and on the rare occasions when staff does, they're not always able to relay that information to us. So it's very hard to tell where the borderline of financial feasibility is. I would hope that if we are overly aggressive, sorry, one more comment before I get to the wrap. This is true of the ARB as well. So the 45-degree suggestion may not be financially feasible either, right? We don't know. They probably don't know, aside from the projects that they've participated in themselves. So it's all guesswork in that respect. I would hope that if either 30 degrees or 45 degrees turn out to be absolutely unworkable, that we can come up with a proper adjustment for the projects that are so affected. I'm a little reluctant to get too aggressive about allowing much larger daylight plane angles based on the economic situation that obtains today, because there are a lot of exceptional conditions in play. So Bottom line, we go for something that I think is what we would like to see for aesthetics and privacy. And if that turns out to be too aggressive, then we dial it back. But we don't give up too much up front.
Commissioner G?
Sorry in advance, Commissioner Templeton, bringing you back to geometry class, but I did calculate the angle for the 1 to 2 that, yeah, it's, so it seems like I didn't need to calculate it because Vice Chair Aiken already had it on hand, and it is correct that it is 27 degrees, A+.
Look at us. Thank you for looking that up. That's exactly what we need to know.
And the reason why I bring this up is because I feel like my house is actually a very good example of what could happen behind one of these larger buildings. So the house I live in currently is behind a 3-story step-backed building, which is parallel to El Camino. And it's right behind El Camino Way. So it's pretty parallel to El Camino. And based on very extensive diagramming that I've previously done and shown the commission, I believe that 45 is quite large and looming behind the building, and I guess 30 is a little bit more than 27, but I'm just going to say that's a rounding error and call that approximately the same. So just going to reinforce my support for that.
Commissioner Heckman.
So what I see when I drive around the cities around us, Mountain View, Redwood City, Menlo Park, I see a lot more buildings rising than are rising in Palo Alto. And those aren't better cities, but they're doing something that we're not. And we have and those cities incidentally don't require or get performas either. But clearly their structures and rules are allowing for profitable development. And the reason we know it is developers are developing in those cities more than they are here. And so I think when we have a parade of developers, not just tonight, but just perpetually telling us that what is and is not feasible, what's harming them from doing what they want, and what they want is to build in Palo Alto, then I think we ignore that at our peril. And I think the longer we do that, the more we get what we've gotten so far, which is our neighbors building at a faster pace than we are. I think, so enough about that. I do know it's kind of simple math that that if a project is not profitable at a 45 degree, if it's not profitable at a 45 degree plane, daylight plane, that doesn't mean it wouldn't be profitable at a steeper plane, but it does mean it wouldn't be profitable at a deeper plane. So in this particular instance, I think we need a motion in one direction or the other on the daylight plane. My sense is that the motion would be for a deeper daylight plane. And I think if I understood Vice Chair Aiken's drawing, it's a 30% plane that starts at 16 feet, if I understood that, right? So I'm not going to make a motion, but I'm going to try one time to persuade the rest of you that in this unique circumstance tonight, the best way we can be service to the community is to follow the ARB recommendation and go with the 45-foot plane, 16 feet, because that is going to allow somewhat more development than the 30-foot at 16 feet. And since we only have one property with an existing builder's remedy that can have no daylight plane. We want to try to soften them to provide some protection to the neighbors directly behind them. And it doesn't harm us from any to do that. It's only going to apply to the one property because there are not going to be new R1 neighborhoods behind El Camino. If anything, they're upzoning over time, but probably not much of that. But when the tier 2s and tier 3s and tier 4s, and we looked at the map, there's a lot more R1 behind some of those, which is why some of those are back in tier 4. If that ever comes back to us, it's not going to be, oh, and the rule for all the El Camino is 45-16. It's, hey, we're going to have to think about, with all of this R1 interface, what should the rule be? So I think the future actions are protected, and we're really only looking at, can we provide some protection to a small group of neighbors who are facing a builder's remedy project that may be worse than 45-16. So that's my pitch for going with the ARB recommendation.
Okay, I just want to make sure we get the other comments in before we make a motion. So Templeton and then G, and then I don't see another lights.
Yes, I wanted to say I heard a few different reasons for prioritization here today. And I think that for this purpose, we should err in the side of building more units. I think that the obvious compromise between 60 and 30 degrees is 45. So I think that is a good compromise. And I think if we look ahead to the future and we understand that in some way we are setting a precedent for the rest of El Camino, we need to be thinking about that and where are we putting the houses that we're not going to be allowing to be built? We need to think about that as well, right? In terms of what we're thinking, what people in Palo Alto want. We need to make sure that we are dense in certain places so that we don't have to keep expanding and keep building more and more large properties. So I think that in terms of the angle, once the sun gets somewhat low, even if the light is reaching your property, it's not growing your vegetables, so to speak. So I think that it would be acceptable to me. I would be also happy with something that was 40 degrees if 45 degrees is not acceptable. So, so we should think about it as much as we like things that add up nicely. If we think that 45 is not enough of a compromise, I do think that 30 is too much. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
Thank you. I want to address Commissioner Heckman's comments on our neighbors building, and I want to reference again this information from staff that in Mountain View, the maximum height on El Camino is 65, and in Los Altos it's 60. In addition, just blanketly measuring setbacks on Google Street View, I'm seeing about between 16 and 20 feet setback as well on that. And referencing Commissioner Templeton's comments about the compromise, I don't quite see it at the daylight plane as a compromise between 60 and 30. I see it as a compromise between something like 60 and the transitions, right? The base status of this area is this the height transitions. And so in that regard, the 30-degree angle actually is a pretty even compromise between the height transition and 45 or 60 or whichever Vice Chair Aiken provided. So instead of seeing it as, that's the way at least I view the compromise here. And I just want to, so that is my comment. Thank you.
Right, do we have a motion? Somebody?
Sure. I'll on specifically the daylight plane, I'll make a motion to move forward with a 30-degree daylight plane. Oh, sorry.
Say measured at 16
feet. Measured at 16 feet.
I'll second. Do we have additional discussion on daylight plane? Let's vote.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
No.
Commissioner Templeton,
No.
motion fails 3-3.
So we could do a second motion that is to move it forward with a split recommendation as we've done on recent projects.
Yeah. What Ms. Armour said, I'd like to make a motion now to provide a split recommendation.
Second.
No light, so let's vote. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I'll just raise it because this happened to us recently. We had a split vote, and so I just want to put it out there before we vote. Does anybody feel like we should have any further discussion? Is there something we should be talking about between 45 and 30? If nobody really feels it, then I think we proceed with the vote. But
Well, what I will say is that while, Commissioner Templeton was saying that there's a lot between 45 and 30, I did do some back of the envelope investigation of that and compared it to the Palo Alto Commons site because I went to look at that site and I knew what that looked like and I measured things on Google Maps. So I tried, I wanted something better, but it didn't work for me. So it's not that it's a random number kind of pulled out of nowhere. It's based on actual building and actual comments of residents who lived next to that building. So it's sure, it would have been great to get more housing, but this is where I landed. So Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Peterson.
Yeah, and many of these folks that you're referring to bought their house after the property was built. And so now we're talking about a completely, a much less palatable situation, right? Because they're going to be having to have something that the view they had is going to be interrupted. And so it's going to feel, unpleasant either way, but I worry about what Commissioner Heckman said, because the alternative is no rules. And so we have to think about what are we going to do that's going to optimize this for our community. And so I think about that. That said, I'm okay with having a split recommendation because we are split and ultimately the people deciding will be the council, right? And so it's okay with me for us to say, look, we're talking about up to 45. We're talking about as low as 30. You guys run with it. And that's okay. Like we've done our part. We've examined it very thoroughly. And I think I'm feeling very satisfied with the amount of discussion we've had.
Commissioner Peterson.
Okay, so I want to go back to the daylighting analysis and just point out that El Camino essentially runs mostly east-west through Palo Alto, which means that the north side of El Camino, gets shaded going into the residential area, and the south side of El Camino does not get shaded. The sun, kind of hangs out in the south of the sky. In the winter, it's down and lower, and so that's. I would. If we were really arguing over this, I would say that there should be more of a setback on the north side of El Camino than on the south side, because if we look at where the complaint came from, that was the north side of El Camino. It was talking about how they had this looming, it looks like they're in a cave almost, because there's so little daylight in the winter on the north side of El Camino and those residential areas. So I would kind of hazard to say that if we went to the south side of El Camino, they might not even realize there's a building on the other side of their massive trees that are in that region. So just want to put that out there. We're almost talking about two different stories. So I'll put that there.
Commissioner G.
I'm wondering if we want to like the no votes on the 30-degree is your consensus 45? And if so, do we want to explicitly say that in the motion? Because right now the motion just says that we would have a split recommendation on this specifically, but should we be trying to just say that there are two separate tied consensuses?
Well, normally we would do that with being able to respond and explain our no votes, but we did it a different way this time. So I think that the discussion, is evidence of itself and that staff will represent it truly.
Yeah, staff can summarize what we heard.
Then, if there are more comments, or I can just motion to our split vote.
I think you did make the motion already.
Motion
And I
and
think that it was
seconded.
seconded already.
Correct.
So there's
Thank
no
you.
other
Vote?
discussion. So we are ready for a vote, Ms. Dow.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, so this is proving to be a very long night. The next area of discussion was regarding the information on packet page 208, which is the, oh no, sorry, it's the
upper
it's
story
the
step
upper
back.
story step back. Upper story step back. I think we had a lot of agreement, but I'm not sure. I mean, we never took a vote. So I don't know how we want to handle it. It might be easier actually, and maybe potentially more efficient if there's a motion.
Hi, I move the staff recommendation on simplified upper story setback.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let's have discussion. Thank you. So if there's something else that we would like to propose or any comments about this, we've discussed it quite extensively. So I think most discussion would probably be around a different proposal if somebody had a different proposal. So does anybody have a different proposal? And if, okay, here we go. Commissioner Aiken, Vice Chair Aiken.
Sure, I'll take the extreme position, which is if building the maximum amount of housing and making things as financially feasible as possible is the guiding principle, then the step back should be 0, should go away.
That's right with me. I mean, if you felt that way, you should have made the motion, but I'm happy to adopt your amendment if Commissioner G is interested.
No, I don't think I'm interested in that.
Okay, and Commissioner Aiken, are you solid enough to on this position, or is that just a hypothetical? Do you want to change the motion?
I have no strong feeling on this, really. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was analyzing things carefully.
Well, I care very deeply about Chair Chang's concern about the canyon effect. So I want to make sure that we have at least the recommended amount of step back. So I think we'll just keep it as is and vote.
Commissioner Heckman has a comment.
Yeah, since we're previewing, I won't be supporting the motion. Again, I really haven't heard I've heard an actual applicant explain to us how we're losing 24 units and getting smaller other units as a result of this. I haven't heard a strong enough explanation that makes me believe there aren't some alternatives. 2-foot setback, I know was mentioned. I acknowledge that ARB, who I respect for these things, was supportive of the 10-foot, and I acknowledge that I didn't take the time to watch their video or read their minutes to understand their rationale. But it seems like, again, I said it before, I don't get the benefit of keeping it. I see the detriment, and so I won't be supporting the motion.
Commissioner Peterson, and then G.
Thank you. Yeah, I also won't be supporting the motion for similar reasons. I think a lot of these questions that we're approaching, we're approaching them from a standpoint where you couldn't have the knowledge of these things, but I think we really are in a situation where we could have the knowledge of these things. We could look at the streetscape modeled in a virtual environment, and we could walk down the street and not be hypothetically trying to imagine in my head what it looks like. I could actually see what it looks like. And I think that's fairly common. I have seen cities that are doing virtual representations of their city. There's a Swiss city that's famous. They modeled the entire city for their planning commission so that they could come up with decisions based on, really looking at it. Because I mean, a lot of people can't visualize what we're even talking about in their head. I have a hard time with this sometimes. So that's my reason for not supporting.
Okay. I might also point out that we can abstain if we don't know what we're deciding things on. So I don't see other lights. Let's take a vote.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
No.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
motion carries 4-2.
Would people like to speak to their no votes?
I think I did in advance. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, so then I think this is our last item of discussion before we bring poor Commissioner Suma back into the room with us. This is regarding the AB 1890, the change in affordability requirements for builder's remedy projects introduced by AB 1893 and staff's question about whether or not we want to extend those affordability thresholds to the El Camino focus area. Comments? Motions?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we recommend to the council that these AB 1893 BMR standards be applied to the focus area, but only to the existing builder's remedy projects.
Second. No. Okay, yeah, let's vote.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Fantastic. Let's welcome Commissioner Suma back. There's a question.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. Do we need to discuss the recommendation for use of in lieu fees?
So I think that was a potential part of the affordability requirement that was not included in the motion that was made. If a member of the PTC would like to have that considered and part of the motion, then maybe we want Commissioner Suma not to return just yet.
So we realize that there's one more item that we might need to discuss.
Bye.
Okay, so can I just, so before we embark into fully blown discussion, can I just ask staff to clarify? Is there any mention of in lieu fees in the current ordinance? So like, basically, if we want, what's the baseline? Is it that if we want to have in lieu fees considered, we would need to add that to the ordinance?
I'm gonna see if one of our
Ms.
online
Eisberg,
staff.
go ahead,
yeah.
please. Or Mr. Yang.
That's correct. There's no provision for in lieu payment currently.
Okay. So that means that in order to do anything about this, we would need a proposal from a member of the commission right now. I am seeing no lights, which makes me say there's no proposal. Okay, here we go. Commissioner Heckman and then Vice Chair Aiken.
Yeah, I don't have a proposal, but I'm looking at packet page 208 where this concept of in lieu fees is posed as a possibility. And it seems like staff was giving that to us as one of a sort of a menu of options to deal with the fact that state law was more generous, if you will, to developers on BMR development than our code was. So we've just voted to address that by using this stepped process. And so having done that, now we've matched state law again. So I think if we're talking about in lieu fees, it's only because we'd want to actually go farther than state law, and we may or may not want to do that. But I'm okay on this particular. I'd like us to have incentives in other areas, and not so much this one. So I'm okay not wading into adding an in lieu fee to giving them this graduated scale.
Ditto. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I interpreted this a little more generally, which was that we could apply the BMR standards of AB 1893 in the builder's remedy case, but the in lieu fees might be a more general incentive. And I find that an interesting possibility, but if there is not sufficient interest at this time, then we don't need to pursue it. But yeah, if I had been making a proposal, I would have said, yeah, we should try and find some percentage of the BMR requirement that could be satisfied by in lieu fees, because that has been brought up in public comment from developers.
Commissioner Peterson.
So in general, I'm not in favor of in lieu fees. Not very many years ago, I spent quite a bit of time fighting with the Stanford University's plan to replace their affordable housing requirement as their building permit in exchange for in lieu fees, which we won, and then they managed to change it to in lieu fees anyway. So I'm a little bitter over that, but I'm happy to go with the majority of the commission on this.
I'm not seeing lights, so I think that at this juncture, there doesn't seem to be incredible appetite for this. And what I would say, personally speaking for myself, is that let's give this El Camino rail focus area a chance to work or not work. We're now matching state law on this, and so some of these sites on El Camino Real are some of the largest sites that we have in the city and have the best chance of incorporating inclusionary housing, which I think I venture to say all of us would ideally like to have inclusionary housing kind of as a public good. So, Commissioner G?
Oh, it's actually on an adjacent topic, so we can close this out and then I have.
Okay, so I think we can close this out, and then can we bring Commissioner Suma back in now, or do we?
Well, so that was actually my question, which is like, I don't actually know if we went over item 2, which is the future action on the remaining of the corridor. Did we already vote on? Oh, that was in our collective motion, right?
It wasn't in our collective motion, but the BDC in the past has had the corridor brought to us, and at that point, the BDC had reached consensus that Tier 1 and Tier 2 should be.
Yeah, so I guess my question is for staff is, do we need to reiterate anything, or can we just stand with our previous recommendation?
I think that's fine. I think we have heard pretty clearly that there is interest in consideration of further expansion at some point in the future, and then it'll be up to council to decide whether to do that as an expansion of the focus area or as part of a broader area plan.
So the answer is we don't have to, like, basically I'm just trying to make sure we cross all.
Yeah, I think we don't have to discuss it.
Okay, then I'll go get.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring Commissioner Suma back. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to discuss is the Hanson special setback. And we probably want to start with any clarifying questions that we may have, so we're going to be discussing Hanson and the 470 Olive components of, potential future action or action tonight. And we can start by, if there's any clarifying questions to staff about this, or if not, we can leap right into comments. Commissioner G, then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I had a question for our representative from the Office of Transportation, if they're still on. I'm going to take that as a no.
I do not see them still on.
Okay,
Zoom
no worries. That's okay. And then I had another question that not for the Office of Transportation. On packet page 208, at the very top of the page, there's a trapezoid on the left side of the diagram, and then also Ms. Eisberg, in one of your slides, I think I wrote the slide number somewhere, slide 9, you indicated that there also is a trapezoid building already there. Is this already in the works?
So that trapezoidal shape is not intended to represent a building per se. That project sponsor has expressed, they have an approved office development entitled on the site. They have expressed interest in a multifamily building on other portions of the site. The reason that trapezoid looks like it does is just to symbolize the utility easement that runs diagonal through the site.
So specifically, the easement is actually, I thought the easement was only that little strip of the diagonal line, not the trapezoid. So are you trying to say that the trapezoid is the easement, or the?
No, you're correct. So it's just a strip to the left or north of that trapezoid, and the trapezoidal shape. I think this was a graphic that the developer had prepared to sort of indicate what some of the constraints on the site were. And so I think they were just showing a representative potential footprint, but not an actual proposal.
So to be clear, there's no proposal right now for this trapezoidal shape.
No,
it's just potentially what they could build. And then I would just want to clarify how far the easement is from the street as well. Do you have the information on that?
The utility easement?
Yeah, I just want to try to better understand approximately how much area is in the kind of top left of the easement where you could potentially see some building, because they're asking for a change to the setback. So I just kind of want to better understand the size of that shape in the top left.
I can try to see if I can find a scaled image and get you a measurement.
Yeah, I don't need it right now. Just you can go look at that while other folks have questions. That's it for right now.
Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Peterson.
So in our staff report for this item, which was of course issued before March 12th, because it was supposed to be heard by us last time, on page 207, in discussing this issue, it says the Transportation Division is exploring whether to remove or reduce this setback requirement, referring to the Hanson Way. And so I'm wondering if, I know transportation isn't here, but I'm wondering if transportation happened to communicate with our assistant planning director since the staff report is written, what their position was.
Thank you for that question. It's not a clear answer at this point. There may be some openness to reduced total removal of the setback. The special setback would not be supported, but with no specific plans for changes to that roadway, it is difficult, as we've seen on some other projects recently, to know how much space exactly would be needed. So what we were looking for, because we didn't have a specific recommendation from staff at this time, was to see whether there was support, openness to this. But the farthest that we were able to get on this discussion was that total removal of the special setback would not be supported. Some reduction might.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. So I'd like to now bring up my question on
hazmat sites and Superfund sites. I want to thank staff for sending over the GIS link that you did. And then I want to ask staff, what's the availability of that for the rest of the commission or to discuss?
So I don't believe in terms of the Hanson Way special setback discussion, I don't think that has an impact on this particular site. And we have established that for the other site on Olive, that there is ongoing monitoring that is required there. Was there further information that you were looking for beyond that?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Olive site at all, with what's the issue there?
So, Ms. Eisberg, if you would be able to share what you did in your presentation as to why this rezoning is being considered at this time?
So yes, let me pull up the slide again. So there is, this site is on the Cortese list under the state, identified as a site with ongoing groundwater monitoring due to a leaking underground storage tank, not on the site, but off the site. And so there's a plan in place to continually monitor that.
What is leaking?
What is leaking?
Yeah, please.
I mean, I can look up specifics about the types of chemicals. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Well, so I
I'm
think
assuming it's not water.
in terms of potential uses, but the reason that this was brought up had to do with the potential uses on this site. Because there is the situation where it is on one of these contaminated sites, and so there is ongoing monitoring, that often results in restriction on what kind of residential or other uses could be allowed. Things that involve digging underground generally are discouraged without significant cleanup being needed.
Right.
So in this case, the information that we have at this time is because of the particular situation, it is unlikely that this would actually be developed as a single family home as it currently is zoned. And so the request for consideration is that it might be more appropriate to align it with what the current use is and have it be a commercial zone as the adjacent parcel is.
And let me see. I'm pretty familiar with cleanup. I excavated 25,000 cubic yards of downtown Reno and had it incinerated. It's been a while now. So I'm just kind of curious, is this something where, I mean, it sounds like the tank is still underground? Or is this where the tank was removed, but it's leaking, or is this an active tank? I mean, there's kind of a lot of scenarios.
Well, and I would ask, I mean, I think it's interesting to explore some of those details, but I'm not sure that that affects kind of the decision that's being considered here this evening.
Yeah, I
And
just
given
wanted
that
to,
it is
if
getting
you,
later.
yeah, if you could just, I mean, if it's important and material to whatever the bearing on this issue, if you could just clarify and explain to the rest of us where you're headed on this.
So first, I just wanted to know if there are sites within our consideration that are contaminated. I mean, it's El Camino. El Camino has been there for quite a while, so I'd imagine this could be a gas station that's a leftover tank or something. Who knows? And if that is, and it's within the domain of where there's affordable housing, I think that is important because oftentimes, brownfields are known for being reused for affordable housing. There's a large case in San Jose it's an issue. So I just want to be aware of that. And if this is the opportunity to make that public and to air it, I think that's a good opportunity.
So in this case, the suggestion is that it be changed to commercial, not residential. But that is the type of analysis that we bring forward as part of a particular development review. And so you would definitely have that if there was a proposed development on the site.
Okay. And then I understand there's also a Superfund site related to this that's, I guess the term is kitty corner, from across Oregon, where the playing field is. That's the HP site. which employees were getting sick whose office were in the basement of the building over there, the new building, and I think they had to evacuate the basement and move everybody to the first floor.
So I just want to remind us all that tonight we are being asked, and what's been agendized
Right.
is a discussion of our thoughts on rezoning potentially the 470 Olive property specifically, as well as the Hanson setback. So, but we're not talking at this time, at least, about the inclusion or not inclusion of all these other areas that you're asking about.
Well, I think that contamination crosses the street. And
Into the
because,
Hanson?
yeah, because the ventilation site for where they're aerating it to get the VOCs out is actually located at the bottom of Oregon Expressway. It's a fairly, I mean, it's a massive site. It goes from somewhere over by Cal Ave down under Oregon and somewhere over by Hanson. And the reason why I bring that up is because we mentioned a commercial site, which means that could include subgrade office space.
Yes, it could. Go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
I just wanted to say, you can find the description of what's happening there on pages 208 and 209 in the packet from the previous time. And one thing it talks about is that the economics of changing, rebuilding a property, a single family home on that site don't work, but the mitigations that are required that you were describing would be much more suitable to a larger development. And so that's what we want to encourage people, because it may need to be redeveloped, and it may need, if it is, it needs to be done well. And people need to have the ability to implement those safety procedures. So, obviously you're right. We want to make sure that those procedures are actually happening and that they're good and people aren't digging underground basements and all that stuff. But that's outside the scope for tonight. Tonight is, can we make it where some commercial person who might have the money to redevelop it safely is able to buy this property? So is that right? The scope? Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
And somewhere in there, I'm pretty sure environmental contaminants plays an important role.
Yes, they do. As stated in the staff report, the environmental, like the mitigation that would be needed to deal with the environmental contaminants is expensive. And so that's why we're considering rezoning this, so that something could be built there in a safe manner.
Or maybe nothing could be built there in a safe manner. That's always a scenario as well.
Potentially.
Okay,
Sorry, there's a whole bunch of.
That's perfect. Thank you.
So we have Commissioner Templeton, then G, then Suma.
Thank you. I know we got a lot of people.
Sorry, let me just, so Commissioner Suma had something that was relevant to so let's go there first.
So I wonder if anybody on staff knows that this is the COE, the co-plume, and there's the Hillview Porter plume, which is under the variance site, the whole thing. We have built tons and tons of housing over these plumes. Typically, the only mitigation that is required is a vapor barrier. And then additionally, in Stanford Research Park, which is where the COE plume originates, near California Avenue, the houses there had to put little fans. The single-family homes that were built in Upper Mayfield were required, at the suggestion of this College Terrace Neighborhoods Residents Association, actually originally, to put additional little venting fans under the houses. So the idea that we don't build housing over either of these plumes, whether it's TCE or some kinds of contaminants can be dug out, and but there were hot spots still where they were digging over building single family homes. So it is not, in my experience, and we've heard a lot about my experience, sadly, this evening, that is not prohibitive in any way of building housing. The entire large project, the Hobart project, that's kind of Mondrian colors, blue, yellow, and red on Park, is built with vapor barriers. And so it's just,
you may disagree about whether we handle that correctly, but it is standard practice and it does not prohibit housing. As to the cost, I am not familiar with that.
I am intimately familiar with the cost of that.
But
I've supervised it. It's actually, yeah, it's a great, yes, it is possible to build housing, to excavate it out, but it's also important to ask the questions.
Yeah, and by the way, this is well established, and there are those two plumes, and then there's the other issue at the varying site of the process that we're amortizing out. So I just thought that might be helpful. All right, Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner G.
It was very helpful, Commissioner Suma. Thank you. So I had a question about this PG&E easement. Can you please bring up the slide? I want to know two things. One thing you said, they're not willing to go down to no easement. And I want to know, like, what is it that's still happening there? So is there an underground pipeline, or like what's happening, and why is this something we're talking about today?
So mostly the reason we're talking about this today is that when we did receive public comments from developers who are interested in building sites on some of these parcels within consideration for the El Camino Real focus area, because we as staff saw them in the public comments, we knew that we wanted to have some additional information on them for context for your discussion. So this is something that was specifically identified as a constraint on their site. It is unusual to this site, given that this is technically in the research park, but it is on the corner with El Camino Real. And so that kind of special setback is unusual.
But what is it? What is it for?
The special setback?
There's two separate things. So there's the utility, there's the PG&E utility easement that we really can't, the city can't really weigh in on. The project sponsor or the owner would need to work with PG&E to move the easement and to relocate the utility. What we're asking about is this Hanson Way special setback, which is on the in the right of way and on the private property, in order to potentially allow for future expansion of the right of way to accommodate pedestrian or bicycle facilities, for example.
Okay, so that's unrelated to the PG&E thing.
Unrelated, just happens to be the same site.
They're both constraints on the site.
Thank you. I just want to know what it's for.
So the special setback, this 50-foot special setback, is actually something that's broadly throughout the research park, and it may be there.
Hold on, I'm going to take a step back. What is PG&E doing that they have this right of way for?
No, okay, so there are two things. There's the PG&E easement, which is that diagonal line through the site.
What's it for?
I don't know. Do we, as staff, know? Are there power lines going through there?
Yeah, I believe it's for like a very high power transmission line that needs to be like actively cooled. And so there's like a pressurized line underground that is very difficult to move.
Okay, and PG&E is running it through our city, which has its own utility, because we're somehow are working with them to get that?
I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So, and what is the reason it's included in our staff report if we are not weighing in on it?
So there's no suggestion of discussion of that. It was more that is a constraint on the site, and the combination of that with the 50-foot special setback significantly constrains that part of the site. And so the applicant was asking whether there was any room to reduce the 50-foot setback, as had been done across Hanson Way.
So what is the physical relationship between the 50-foot setback and the PG&E setback? Are they related? I can't tell because it keeps switching slides and I don't know what we're talking about.
All right, well, let's see if we can find a good image that shows both at the same time.
Refer to packet page 208, which the applicant has done this drawing of the combinations of the two easements.
And you can see that there's the 50-foot wide setback from the Hanson Avenue and how that shrinks to a trapezoidal area, what could be developed when it's sandwiched between the PG&E easement. And then to the left is the 50-foot. And so what the applicant was, or the property owner was asking the PTC to consider was whether a reduced special setback, whether we really, as the city, wanted to maintain a 50-foot setback.
I see.
Or if a reduced setback might be considered because of the situation of this property on El Camino Real and with the constraint of the PG&E.
But the position of the random developers that we've heard opinions from has been, if we didn't have a 50-foot setback, we would build over this high-powered supercharged electric highway underneath the ground.
Well, so I think it's that the property owner here would like to be able to build on both sides of that PG&E easement, but due to the 50-foot setback, there's not very much space on the other side.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I don't see any problem.
Commissioner G.
I had a follow-up question to Commissioner Peterson's question about the chemicals. So in packet page 209, we're saying that it would not be conducive to construction of a single-family R1 site. But I did notice that all of the sites adjacent to 470 Olive are also R1. Is staff saying that all of those sites are also not conducive to having an R1 house there?
So I believe those are farther away from the source. I don't know if we've got.
But they're adjacent already, so they're like a couple feet
So
away.
is the question whether the next parcel over has?
Yeah, like my question is, where would staff say it's no longer, like, is staff basically saying that this whole space here is not expected, not conducive for construction of a single family home?
So the suggestion is more that because there is an existing legal non-conforming commercial use on this site, that rezoning it to a commercial use as is requested, as proposed, could be appropriate given the circumstances.
It's not being used as a home.
It's not currently being used as a home, whereas we believe the other sites are.
Is it a legal use? Was my is it a legal non-conforming use, or is it just a non-conforming illegal?
You got me. I probably would need
Use.
to do a little more research to confirm the legal status of it. But it is non-conforming. Oh, it is. It's actually part of a larger kind of shopping center or business center.
Oh,
Yeah, we're looking at the aerial photo here on the laptops, but.
Commissioner Suma, did you have a comment?
You know, this came to the Planning Commission some years ago in 2020 as a preliminary, because the 2951, I believe it is, El Camino Real owns that parcel, and they also own 470 Olive. And they, at one point, they had used it, to my understanding, it is not necessarily a legally non-conforming use. It was kind of a shock to everybody that it was not being used legally as residential. And at one point, the buildings were joined, is my understanding of it. So regardless of whether it's legally non-conforming, I don't think they were I don't think they were required to return it to its residential state. And that was 2020, which is noted in here, I think, someplace.
Yeah, I guess I think it's based on packet page 208. It says that it has retained its R1 designation despite being continuous commercial use. I feel like that kind of implies it's not meant to be a commercial use, but I'll defer to staff.
In the interest of, I think we're all getting pretty tired here because we're not moving forward on this. So I have a question for staff in terms of what you want from us regarding Hanson. It's not currently in the ordinance. I understand that there is a public comment asking for it to be put into the ordinance. And yet I've also heard from staff that that the transportation department has said their recommendation would be to potentially reduce but not remove the setback, but we don't know why, nor do we know how much. So that's with respect to Hanson. And then with respect to Olive, is staff asking us for action tonight? I think it's about future action. Is that correct?
Yes, there was the potential that this could have been part of the current action, but it actually would require public noticing to the adjacent parcels. So an action on rezoning, we don't have that rezoning before you, but we did want to get an indication as to whether that was something that you would generally be supportive of, and therefore we should bring it back.
So then for 470 Olive, we just need kind of a straw poll from each commissioner as to whether we would be interested in bringing it back such that it would be rezoned and then become part of the parcel or have the same zoning as the parcel next to it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we just do a straw poll then, unless there needs to be additional discussion? Oh, okay. Commissioner Suma has a light.
Thank you very much. Sorry, because I chimed in specifically thinking it might be of use, but I'd like to share my comments and questions about both of them. One is, so I'll do Hanson first. The transportation department at this point does not recommend removing it completely, but they think that some reduction may be appropriate. So I would like to wait and see what they say to make any final decision. And I believe that the 50-foot setback could not be removed completely if the map on packet page 208 is accurate. It may not be a very accurate map. It may be more representational than of the situation generally, because the PGE easement protrudes into the 50-foot setback at the, well, I'll call the lower corner furthest from El Camino. So that's something to remember, think of, I mean. And then also with regards to the 50-foot setback, which was an initial feature of the Stanford Research Park in 1950, and is throughout the research park. The reason we relaxed it specifically for the Parmani Hotel, because if you look at the configuration of their parcel, it took like half of their parcel. So that did not seem reasonable at all at the time. And this is a very differently configured parcel. That being said, I think for parcels along El Camino, it isn't as important to maintain the 50-foot setback, but I think Stanford should also weigh in on this, to be honest. And I think they would probably agree, but I think we should get some feedback from Stanford.
I think we may have had a speaker from representing them that was not, public comment was not affiliated.
We heard from Sandhill, who is leasing it.
Got it. Okay.
But the Stanford Research Park is, yeah.
Okay. So, and then, so those are my thoughts there, but I do not think it would be in any way injurious to remove it since it's an El Camino site visually, as far as it goes with the uniformity of the look in the Stanford Research Park. But it's just really waiting to see what the transportation department thinks is viable. And also to point out the difference in the two situations across Hanson Way at the Parmani Hotel. And then the 470 Olive, I would not be in favor of doing that at this time unless there was a project, a housing project specifically that would, that was brought forward and application was made, I think, to upzone that property in the absence of a project. It does not make any sense to me. And as an R1 property that is abuts commercial zone, mixed-use zone. And in that neighborhood, actually, it is one of the more affordable R1 properties in terms of if it was sold, or I just think it's premature to do it in the absence of the project. And I haven't heard, maybe staff knows something more about this, but I haven't heard about this project resurfacing since we first saw it for a preliminary sort of hearing in 2020. So I just don't see, I understand why they would ask since they've been using it commercially for I forget how many decades, but it seems more valuable the way it is right now as a residentially zoned property. And if they had a project, or if somebody else had a project to bring back, including that property, then I think it could be considered. So that's where I stand. Thanks.
Commissioner Peterson.
So I do want to go back to that, the question. So Commissioner G brought up that there's only one lot that has known contamination, and I am pretty familiar with the idea of property lines and knowing where contamination is. And when you don't know where it is, you can't make an assumption that it's crossed the property line. But oftentimes that's simply predicated on that nobody has looked. And also not knowing if this is surface contamination. I don't know if this is groundwater contamination. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of information on what exactly, the issue is. But if one lot is being rezoned due to the contamination, it does seem like this would be an issue that could potentially impact more lots that would have a similar reason to rezone from their current designation. And that does seem important. And a lot of times the property owner isn't necessarily motivated to be searching for contamination on their own property for a lot of reasons. What are for staff, what's the options available to us in a scenario like that?
So at this point, we don't have a specific application for rezoning. However, because it was brought up as part of the discussions of this item, if you did wish for us to come back for an item that's been properly noticed for consideration, we could do that. If it is something broader than this one parcel, then I think that becomes a larger effort, and we'd want to do that through a full process with separate environmental review and other considerations, because it's more than just a single site that kind of fits within some of the other changes we've been making here this evening.
Thank you. That's informative. Just from my background as an environmental engineer, a lot of times it does seem like these things move around and are cover a larger area. So I'll leave that there, information there for the rest of the commission if somebody else wants to take that up.
Commissioner Heckman.
Okay, so I'll start with Olive. So I'm not sure that the rezoning is the right thing, but I think it is worth bringing back to us with some analysis. But the thought and again, I think the issue is not really the extent of the plume. It's that the plume is here and we've got a commercial building, which while you're right, you can build residential on top of that, but there are extensive costs that may not be justifiable for one single family house to tear down this and build something new. But when I think about that, if we were to consider rezoning 470 to NVMXM, that would leave 473 Pepper directly behind it. Right, I think facing Pepper, backyard to 470 Olive, with two sides of this NVMXM designation. And so what I'd actually like, if this does come back, I'd like to look at the possibility of rezoning both of those. It's an upzoning, so 473 Pepper can stay in residential for as long as they want, but we're actually giving them increased value. And you can see the way that the existing commercial zone is pushed out there. It's just extending a little farther. So I'd be open to looking at it, but I think it should come back, even though that other one is, it's a different setting because it's not commercial use currently. But I think in a rezoning, it's a straighter line. It makes more sense, and I'd like to look at both of them together. On Hanson, you know, it feels like this is just, well, to me, it feels a little premature because I don't see how you build anything substantial in this setback area that you want to get rid of unless you get rid of that PG&E easement. And if you are able to, and you don't just get rid of those, of course, if there's a line there, you have to relocate it. If it's a major line, that's going to be hugely expensive. But if that's what they want to do, then I think this should come back to us at a point where they can say, hey, here's our plan. We're moving the line over here. We need the 50-foot setback to go to 35. Here's why. We don't have that information now. So we are, as I think Commissioner Suma mentioned, we're operating kind of in a knowledge vacuum. We've got the transportation department may be open, but they haven't settled, and maybe for the same reasons. It's what are we accommodating? We just don't know. So for this one, I'm sort of comfortable making no recommendation at this time to reduce the setback until we have more information. If ever, it may never come back to us, but tonight I don't feel like I can make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Templeton, then Aiken.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of along the same line here. I just want to say about, I agree with Commissioner Heckman about if it's not going to be proven to be helpful, why are we changing this? Because we could be guessing and not changing it in the right way. And then for Olive, you know, I remember something similar, and I don't know if it was the same one that Commissioner Suma was mentioning or not, but the thing that was going on there is they were waiting for the NV cap to kind of congeal and finalize and be approved. And then I guess this part didn't get addressed. I'm not exactly sure, but it sounds very specific. And I agree with Commissioner Suma, like, unless we're getting housing in return, why are we giving this away? We need to make sure we're going to get what we want in exchange for that rezoning. So associated with a project seems to be the most advantageous for the city's best interest. However, I agree that that's what the person who owns the lot wants. So I think we need to see a project happen, and perhaps there was a reason holding him back. I think he said he couldn't get a project together until it was zoned properly or something like that.
So that was in 2020. I forget when you started. I forget if you, yeah, okay, so you were there. Yeah, so there were 3 parcels between Pepper and Olive on El Camino. The people that came forward with the project owned the middle one and 470 Olive. And they wanted to build something on all of it, but they didn't own all of it. So it was kind of, we weren't able to move forward.
Yeah, so I don't know what we would gain by doing this now, but go ahead.
Just through the chair, doing a quick time check because it is 10:30.
Yeah.
And given that and what we've heard of the discussion so far, I know we haven't heard from all of the commissioners, but it seems like there's a growing consensus that if these 2 changes are desired by the property owners, that they could be requested as part of a future development proposal.
Yes, thank you so much. That's exactly the point I was trying to get to. Do we need to do a poll or a motion or anything? But I think we have all come close to agreement on this.
I think we have discussed enough that staff has, and it sounds like that's what staff is telling us. So unless somebody has a burning desire to say something additional, I think we can move on to the next item. All right, and we need to do a time check. So it is 10:30. What is the commission's pleasure with respect to the next item, which is Sorry, when I get there. Retail, the recommendation on a resolution to amend the El Camino Real retail nodes. And I'm just going to chime in really quickly and say, I was concerned when reading this that this was not something that we would easily be able to vote on, nor come to consensus in a 7-person meeting unless we were all in complete agreement with the staff recommendation. And so let's go from there. And so I think it could be a long discussion. Commissioner,
Just a quick suggestion that based on that comment, that if the commission chose to say designate an ad hoc to look into this further and come forward with some suggestions, that is an option. But if you were going in a direction like that, I would recommend that we still get a brief presentation and staff presentation on it and open for any public comments. I don't think we still have anyone on before just closing the item for the meeting tonight.
Okay, so.
Well, before we do that, let me just, if what we really want to talk about is whether we want to continue it before starting, shouldn't we have that conversation first?
Yeah, that's what we're.
Yes, I guess I wanted to provide that opportunity to do something really quick this evening if we were going in a direction of a long discussion.
Okay, so we've got Commissioner Heckman and then Suma.
Yeah, thank you. So, this is estimated to take 1 hour and 20 minutes, and in advance, I thought that that's probably pretty fair, maybe a little short. We've got full commission tonight. Just looking at sort of how I was looking at things and kind of the detail that I was going to bring to the discussion, I'm feeling like, if anything, it's an underestimate. And so it's going to take longer than 1 hour and 20 minutes. And so while I hate to cut short Commissioner Suma's last night on the commission, and I'm willing to stay till 2 if that's what she wants to do. So wring every last minute out of this position. I'm going to vote with Commissioner Suma on this.
I should let you know that I have no desire to stay here till 2 a.m.
Okay.
But I was going to say, and really honestly, I won't be here for the discussion, but I was going to say that I felt like it would take me way more than 4 or 5 days to really do justice to this topic, because it really requires a map with additional information on pipeline projects and already approved projects to try to understand fully what the area looks like, and to really understand what we need most there. And that can't be done in 4 days because you really have to walk it, and nobody had time to do that. And I am thinking that this is a perfect sort of thing for an ad hoc to do. So that would be my recommendation, to have an ad hoc look at this. And as to whether we continue it after taking the presentation or taking the presentation, I will leave that up to the chair and vice chair. But I do have general comments about it if you want to.
Were there other thoughts about wanting to continue it versus hear the presentation and then have a short discussion and then continue, Commissioner Tomlinson?
I would continue it. I don't think there's any point in having the presentation so far away from the actual discussion.
Anybody else? Okay, then it sounds like, and staff, did you want to give us the presentation right now, or?
No, that's fine. If that's what you wish, that's fine. But I heard some support for the idea of an ad hoc, so would ask whether that is, let's move, or whether we're just moving it to another meeting to start at that time.
So this is what I would say. I, looking at this, was thinking, my goodness, this is, going to be a pretty long discussion and it wouldn't do it justice. I actually think an ad hoc would be a really good thing to do, because we saw with the retail and housing element that it was really helpful actually to have ad hocs. if that is something that we do want to do, I'm a little bit loath to wait. Well, I don't know, we have a new commissioner. Maybe we create the ad hoc with the new commissioner, and that's the way we do it, if that's the commission's pleasure. So let's, Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, I just want to share, my experience on the ad hocs is that I think that a lot of good discussion happens in private, and we don't get the benefit of it, and the report backs are anemic at times, and that's the idea of having the ad hoc is right to shorten that discussion. But if we don't get to have that discussion, then, it feels difficult to have the right kind of vote. Like we're missing out on a lot. So if we do that, I would hope that it would be either recorded or good notes taken to share back, because that's just been something I feel that I've lost unless I'm on the committee, in which case I get the information, but then it's, still have to take the time to share it back out.
Okay. So we're not deciding on that though right now. We're deciding on whether we continue it or not. So
100% clear on that, I think.
Yeah. So do we have a motion specifically with respect to continuing the item or not?
Can we please continue this to?
No.
So if we were doing a date certain, I would not recommend the first meeting in April because we already have 2 items there. We have 1, maybe 2 items for the 30th. So you could continue it to April 30th.
30th, that's my motion.
We have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Commissioner Heckman, I see a light, but I think that it's not, I think it's a ghost light. Okay. All right, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Doria, get to vote?
Sorry. Commissioner Zuma. Commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. So then I think our final item is approval of minutes. So we've got draft summary and verbatim minutes of February 26th before us. So.
Vice Chair, make a motion.
I am happy to do so. I move we approve the minutes as revised.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
I'm abstaining.
So I'll get there. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions?
Carrie?
Great, it passes 6-0-1. Okay, Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas? Commissioner G?
Just one last thank you for Commissioner Suma as we wrap up this meeting.
Woohoo, thanks. Okay, we are adjourned.